Encoder. Done. One streamer instance to control another. Oh my god. That is actually really cool. So you have like a cloned. That is super cool. I have mine connected to the OBS, the cloud OBS instance from IRL Toolkit when I use when I do IRL stuff. So I'm imagining the networking aspect is actually probably pretty straightforward to like get them to talk to each other. The it is interesting because I can control the cloud OBS from IRL Toolkit from my locally running copy of StreamerBot, which is kind of wild. I wanted to see if I could get StreamerBot to run in the cloud, but I like on an AWS server, but I don't have that kind of knowledge. Cyber, welcome in. Getting two copies of StreamerBot going at the same time though would be like amazing. That's some power you got going on there. I loved the other day when all the Cloudflare stuff was happening. People were like on StreamerBot, like touting its good graces and how it just runs locally. Home 2 and sometimes 3. You're tempting. I feel like I was tempting fate there. Streaming in general, I think setting up the whole streaming setup, and if you've ever like tried to stream or done a stream or anything, you sort of know this, and maybe you know it intuitively, but it's just like a house of cards. Like if something stops working, it's like, oh shit. What happens now? I've definitely thought before. I've had the thought, like, because I back up my OBS and I back up StreamerBot and I back up my computer, this laptop. But there's definitely been times where I realize I haven't backed it up in like a month or two. And after doing like a bunch of work or something, and I'm like, man, if this thing crashed, or if this thing just like died, irreparably died, I don't know how long it would take me to like get back to streaming, because I don't have another computer that I could do this from. Like I'd have to get a new computer in order for that to happen. Duck, welcome. Thank you for the affirmation. I am doing my best. I'm trying to do my best. We all hopefully are trying to do our best. And if you're not doing your best, maybe you're just having a day of rest, and rest is best as well. We did start the streams on the rest of the internet. Have y'all used Streamplace before? Have you like heard of this or seen it? I'm not familiar. I'm not super familiar with it, but I was trying to stream to it the other day, multi-stream, and it. Levin, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your physio and work out. I worked out today too. I felt motivated. Several folks in my life, yourself included, recently have been like talking about trying to get into a routine, or like, folks that I know who are like, oh yeah, I work out. I'm like, okay, maybe I can get back to doing that. The high-pitched whirling. It's the washing machine. It's right there. I can't help it. It's probably stopped now. It was water filling the washing machine. I heard it too, but it's not going on right now. Hopefully it's not still going on stream. If it's still going on, you are on a delay. And by the time you hear this, hopefully it will have stopped. There's some background sounds from the washer. That's how it goes. What are we doing today on stream? That's not a rhetorical question. It is a rhetorical question, but like I have the answer to that. We are cooking from The Joy of Cooking, this cookbook. I have a little story about this cookbook, but we're making gnocchi today. The gnocchi is a meal redeem for Joe Adultman. Joe gifted over 25 subs during September, and the threshold for at 25, if you gifted 25 subs, was that I would make something that you wanted on stream, which I don't do. This is not normal. We had two folks who hit 25 gifted subs. This is the first one that we're doing. And then the other one is going to be cheese danishes. We haven't gotten to cheese danishes yet. We're doing gnocchi first. I was going to do cheese danishes the other day, and I literally could not get around to it. I had some other recipe testing to do, blah, blah, blah. We're going to do the cheese danishes because I am a human of my word, and I love cheese danishes also, so that's like super beneficial to me. Anyway, because I'll get to eat them at the end. We're not doing cheese danishes today. We are cooking from The Joy of Cooking. The Joy of Cooking is an interesting book. I don't have really any history with this book. So like, why am I sort of making this today is a good question. Or what, you know, sort of Lou, how did you get the book? Let me tell you. I have been waiting for The Joy of Cooking to come into my life. A friend of mine has my friend Megan has talked about it many times. I have several friends for whom this is an important book in their life. It is a big book. It's one of those like classic, you know, all the recipes for every need type of thing. I think it was first published in 1974, maybe. This is the 1997 edition. I think there is a 1999 edition, and there might be other editions past that. Anyway, everyone who I ever know, who I've known who has this book, not everybody, but most people I know have a story around it. And I felt like I didn't want to buy this book new, right? Mostly everybody who, you know, the folks that I know have been like, oh, it was gifted to me. Like it was a wedding gift. It was a gift when I moved out to go my first apartment or college, or like one of my parents had it and passed it on to me. That type of thing. Right. So I've sort of felt like, hey, if I just buy this new off of Amazon, it's sort of going to be disingenuous. I could go to my local bookshop and buy it too. Obviously, I could support them. And then it would just be like my copy. $20. You got yours from your grandma. See, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I wanted to have a copy that had, like, I wanted my copy to have some type of meaning, which is really weird because I didn't have that same feeling with any of my other cookbooks, but I've heard enough stories about this particular book. Anyway, so I've been waiting. I've come across it a couple times, new in stores. I've come across it, like people making recipes from it, whatever. It's just like, and I've been waiting. I've just been waiting. Over the weekend, I was in Phoenicia, New York, which is a small town, very like Instagrammy sort of town. Outside, it's in the Catskills. It's outside of Woodstock, New York. It's north of Woodstock. Anyway, it was like 15 minutes from where we were staying. And I went into this store that I've been in before. It used to be called the Catskills Clothing Company. Now it's called Small Town Happy. It is just like a general shop. It's not an antique shop, but they have like custom printed shirts and clothes and like outdoor stuff. But then they also have a small selection of like antique things, sort of a curated little mix of things. Like I said, it's sort of like an Instagrammy little town. A lot of the shops are just cute like that. Anyway, they had like a shelf with like 4 or 5 cookbooks on it, and this was one of them. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And I picked it up and I'm like looking through it as I do. And the person whose store, who owns the store, was like, hey, like, we were talking about the book, and I said, oh, I've been interested in this book, and I just haven't bought it yet. And she was like, oh, that one's mine. That's my copy of the book that I'm selling. She's like, I don't really cook, all that much. I didn't really cook from it, but like my mom got it for me when I went to college. It was just sitting on my bookshelf forever. I've had it forever. I'm like, it's been in the store now for years. And the only thing, she's like, the only thing, she's like, took the book and was like looking through it. And she was like, oh, well, the only thing, that I really made in here was this thing that I bookmarked, which is this Bolognese, this like beef ragu Bolognese. And she was like, I didn't really use it. And I've had it forever. I've displayed it in all my apartments and all my houses and everything. And anyway, so this book doesn't have any like deep usage, right? But it does come from somewhere. It was someone else's book. It was a gift. They weren't really using it. And I feel good having sort of gotten it from somebody who wanted to see it go to a good home. And I plan on using it for reference material, for whatever, reference material primarily for like, hey, what's a good basic recipe for this thing? I do a lot of recipe development. So this has like good methodologies in it, things that I haven't, obviously I'm never going to make all the recipes in here. However, what I am going to do today is make the potato gnocchi recipe, because Joe Adultman had said, hey, why don't you make some gnocchi? That would be great. I think it would be, I love gnocchi, or whatever Joe's reasoning was. So we're going to make the gnocchi recipe, and I thought that it would be really nice to also make the Bolognese recipe in here that Mandy, her name is Mindy, she signed the card for me, that she said was the one that the recipe that she made out of this book, that was like, oh, when I used this book, this is the thing that I used it for, was this one recipe, which is kind of funny in a series of like, in a book with hundreds of recipes. I don't know if there's thousands of recipes in here, but hundreds for sure. So I figured it would be fun to make the Bolognese recipe to go with the gnocchi. Also, it's a pasta sauce, so like, it tracks. Anyway, we're gonna do that, and that is what we're doing on stream today. We're making gnocchi. Liz, hello. Are we taking bets if the gnocchi stream will be as long as the ravioli stream? Please don't. It's already been almost an hour. Shit. It can't be. It can't be. It can't possibly be. Making gnocchi is easier, right? Right? I've only made it once in my life. Okay. Liz, hello. Yeah. Oh, love. No, it's fine. I'm extremely self-aware. I have this feeling that it's not going to take quite as long, so I'm feeling less encumbered by time. I think that's how I'm feeling. Liz, if you ever want to do shout outs, by the way, if you do Command SO and then the name, it will drop it into a queue, and it will do a chat shout out and an official like Twitch chat box or whatever. FYI. Also, excuse me. Whew. Also, I want to do the cheese danishes at some point soon. I'm probably gonna can we shout ourselves out? I think so. Eat It Dads was last streaming food and drink. Shocking. I'll share something I love. There we go. Oh, it turned into a heart. Look at that. I did that. I was trying to do the like carrot 3 thing. I'll share something I love. Okay, let's talk about this gnocchi because now I'm nervous. Fuck. It's fine. I'm not actually nervous. Okay, I'm a little nervous. ED community. Oh no. I mean, no comment. We don't need to comment on every we don't need to comment on everything. There's like 3 things I want to say about that. I will say 0 of them. I think the gnocchi is what we need to do first, right? Because I'm just laughing to myself. We're laughing with you, I promise, because I am. Preheat the oven. Great. That is step number 1. Probably should have done that already. To 400. Cool. Cool. This makes about 80 pieces of gnocchi. We're going to double it. We're going to double it because I think 80 pieces of gnocchi, it says 4 to 6 servings. That doesn't feel like enough. I'm following, so this recipe, I'm following a recipe from The Joy of Cooking, which I haven't used before. I've never cooked out of this book before. It's a little different, the way that they structure. Oh my God. Excuse me. I hope those belches aren't coming through on stream. And if they are, I hope they're good. I could just let them rip, but I don't want to do that because I feel like I don't mind. And if I'm not, when the mics and cameras are off, that's just what I do. But I prefer a little more decorum for myself. I don't know why. Burp ASMR. Is that a thing? It has to be. I know what YouTube videos I'm looking up tonight. Weird feedback. That is the washing machine. It sounds like just imagine the washing machine spinning on the after the rinse cycle. No, it's new sounds. This is a different sound than the last time we heard the washing machine. The last time was a whistling. It was like a which is the water filling in. Okay. Potato gnocchi are a pasta for potato lovers and well worth the effort. Oh God, they put effort in the first sentence. Make them ahead for a special occasion and bring them out of the freezer just before the guests arrive. For Italians, they're a pasta, cooked and sauced in the same way and eaten as a first course or one dish meal. Step 1, preheat the oven to 450 degrees. Scrub well 2 pounds of baking potatoes. We did something ahead of stream today. We scrubbed well 4 pounds of baking potatoes. Prick each potato in a dozen places with a fork. Bake directly on an oven rack until easily pierced with a fork, about 1 hour. While the potatoes are still... I should have done this before I started talking today. Fuck. While the potatoes are still hot, split them lengthwise and scoop out the pulp. Push it through a potato ricer. Fuck, I don't have one of those either. What can I do? Potato ricer. I can just use a... Okay, we'll figure that out. We have an hour to figure that out. See, if I could just transfer this stream to like my IRL setup, we could just take the scooter over to Fonte's and get we could take the scooter over to Fonte's and just buy a potato ricer. Or force through a sieve with the back of a spoon. There we go, Cyborg. That's what they say. Dan, welcome in. Catalina says a strainer will work in a pinch. I mean, I assume that I could just shove them, I could press them through this thing. This is a colander, not a sieve. I remember trying to do this with the... Do we do this with the... I'm trying to remember. There was something... was it potatoes I tried to put through the food mill at one point? I have a food mill, but I don't think that works for what we're talking about here. It doesn't. It actually doesn't. I remember. It should be about 2 2/3 packed cups. Combine the potatoes with 1 1/3 cups of all-purpose flour, a teaspoon salt, freshly ground or grated nutmeg. Stir vigorously, turn out on the work surface, knead until smooth. 3 to 4 inches of well-salted water to a simmer in a pot. Have ready 3 tablespoons of butter, melted or olive oil. Okay, that's for the sauce. The water and the butter is for cooking them in the sauce, which we're not worried about yet. Roll about 2 tablespoons of the dough into a cylinder. Cut into pieces. Roll each piece against the tines of a fork. Okay, so we're shaping the gnocchi. Drop the gnocchi into the simmering water. We're not doing that just yet. We are going to make all of them, and then they're going to freeze a bunch of them. Oh, they want you to cook them. They want you to like cook 1 or 2 of them first, which makes sense. Then test again. So basically, if they're firm, they should hold a firm shape and be chewy to the bite. If they turn out slimy and soft, knead into the dough 3 tablespoons of all-purpose flour. Wow, they actually give you a method to like test this and then tell you what to do if it isn't right. Then test again. When the dough is right, roll it into 3 or 4 ropes. Cut the ropes into 3/4 inch pieces. Form the pieces as gnocchi. Blah blah blah. Okay, so what I was reading down to that point for is whether or not I needed to rest this pasta or the dough at all, and I don't think I do. I don't think I do. So I think what we're going to do is one, we're gonna bake the potatoes. Like we gotta bake. We just gotta bake the potatoes. Then they need to bake for like an hour. The Bolognese needs to get started, and then that needs to simmer for like 2 or 3 hours. So while the potatoes are baking, we'll get the Bolognese moving, which is what I was thinking. That's sort of why I didn't do this ahead. Anyway, let's prick these potatoes in a dozen places with a fork and put them directly on the oven rack. It says bake them directly on the rack. I feel like I could put these on a sheet pan, right? Is there a reason not to put them on a sheet? Is there like a strong argument against putting them on a sheet pan? Because I kind of want to be able to like put them in and out of the oven. I don't know. Cyrus says I wouldn't use the colander. You could use a sieve or a coarse cheese grater. I think the cheese grater might work. I could also run them. I could with the pulp. It's like I was thinking I could just mash them with a mixer, like a hand mixer, maybe. Air circulation, Mike. Yeah, that's fair. Kathy, welcome in. Mike says they put them on a rack on a sheet pan. Another gnocchi recipe I've had calls for putting them on. Oh no, that was what was that recipe for? There was a recipe that I had that called for putting them on sheet pan covered with salt, like kosher salt, and that draws even more moisture out of them. I don't remember if that was for gnocchi or if that was for fries or maybe something else. Liz says, could I get one delivered in an hour? Hadn't considered that. Don't use a mixer. The point of the sieve is to smush while also breaking it in a way that brings air into the mixture. Okay. I believe it was the word smash in that sentence. Could also be the word smush. Lots of little pieces. I've made gnocchi once ever, so it's not a thing that I have a lot of knowledge about. If I recall correctly, I tried to put it through a food mill. I think this sieve, like the two sieves that it's Lou. Fuck's sake, put the potatoes in the oven. None of this matters if the potatoes aren't baked. Shut up and put the potatoes in the oven. I swear. See, this is what happens. One. Okay, when they say poke them a dozen times, do they mean a dozen holes, or do they mean literally a dozen different times? Because my fork has 4 tines. And if I want a dozen holes, I'm being super, super nitpicky. I know that they mean a dozen times. I'm aware. They want it to dry out. Just stab them. I know. Lemon, I think I didn't realize. So I read this. The short answer to your question is yes. I knew that in a dozen places. Okay, so it doesn't say like all over. It just says a dozen places. So that's fine. I knew that I needed the ricer. I read this recipe before. I read this recipe like 2 days ago completely. And on my to-do list this morning, I put that I wanted to go to Fonte's and get a potato ricer. I didn't do that, obviously. So now I'm trying to decide what the best way to rice potatoes is. Either a colander or a sieve. Like, I feel like pushing them through a sieve would be really difficult and make more of a mash. I could use the food processor and put the scooped out chunks of potatoes like down through the grater piece. A food mill. Okay, I have a food mill. I'm wondering if that would work. Maybe I'll try it in a food mill. I feel like I put them in a food mill before. What was I? Maybe it wasn't potatoes that I was making. What was I making? What was I making when the food mill didn't work? I'm trying to remember. There was something, and I was doing it on stream, but I don't recall what it was. I just remember it being a disaster and being like, I remember being like, next time I do this, I need a ricer, and that was at least a year ago. I think it wasn't potatoes. It might not have. It might not have been. We'll try the food mill. I have one. If not that, I think what I might do is put them through the like the grater plate on my food processor, because then I can sort of push them through, and if I need to do them a little further, then I can. It wasn't potatoes. It's going to come to me at some point. At some point during stream, I'm going to be like, aha, I remember. Let's put a tray underneath of these potatoes, though, for when they do potentially drip onto, if they give up any liquid and drip, I don't want them to drip onto the pizza stove. So I have a piece of parchment paper that I ripped the other day that I didn't use. We're going to put that on a tray, put that underneath, and then we'll pop these taters right in the oven, which just told me that it was preheated. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on. I didn't actually weigh these. It says 4 pounds of potatoes. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure. That's what I got. I did weigh them at the store when I purchased them, but I want to I just want to reconfirm what I've got here, because it might be like 5 pounds of potatoes, which would, you know, meaningfully change the amount of, yeah, so 4.1 pounds of potatoes is what's in there right now. That is 4.5 pounds of potatoes. So I'll need, if I pricked all of these already with the fork, so I'm going to bake all of them. So I might just need to add a little bit more flour. Yeah, like a little bit more flour. That's the only ingredient that's different. That's the only ingredient that I would tweak the volume of, like salt and nutmeg are the only 2 ingredients. So, okay, that's fine. That's fine. 4.5 pounds is close enough. It's actually quite a bit more than I need, but whatever. We'll get there. Okay. Nine roughly equally sized potatoes in a 400-degree oven. And timer for 60 minutes. There we go. Yeah, like we'll lose a little bit to the moisture in skins, but we're expecting to lose some of that from the 4 pounds too. So the same ratio would be lost kind of regardless, is how I'm seeing it. Okay. Let's get out the options though for grading these. So I could do, oh, you know what might work? Hold on. So we have some options here. So the sieve, the food mill is sort of option number 1. The food mill is this thing. It's used for like applesauce, tomato sauce. Basically, you put things in here and it shoves them through these grated holes in the bottom. These holes are like a cheese grater type of style. Like if you, when you run material across them, it sort of slices it and it comes out the bottom and has this little arm that kind of scrapes things off. Now this is good. We'll try this first because this is sort of the ideal size, right? That would be good for that. This thing too. So any of the sieves that I have, that's going to be too fine of a mesh. That's way too fine of a mesh. So we can't use that. And we can't use the other sieve that I have because it's only marginally bigger than that. So if I'm going to push them through anything, it's not the cleaning that I'm worried about, Kathy, so much. It's the actual like logistics of doing the thing. It's the like, hey, this is going to take it would take forever to shove potatoes through those small holes. So this might work. We'll take that. The other thing that I was thinking was the food processor has these plates that are somewhere in this cabinet down here. I mean, not somewhere. I know where they are. They're just I don't use them very often because I have other tools that I prefer that do the same job. That is too big. Where is the plate for grating? The grating plate is in here somewhere. There it is. So thinking the other option might be this. Is this has, like, instead of using a box grater, I could use that. Little tiny holes on, relatively tiny holes on that. Or there's always the box grater with these holes, which could also work. I meant to get a potato ricer this morning, and I don't think that's I'm kind of guessing that's not a thing I can like order on Instacart. I don't know. We're gonna spend like 1 minute looking to see if they have it. Now this is also the type of thing that I don't know if I would want. Oh, delivery by the Container Store says it can get me one by 2:45 p.m. My local store has lots of potato mashers, but that's not what I want. Potato. I could use a potato masher, which I already own. No, I think I'm not interested in ordering a potato ricer for that purpose in this moment. Restaurant Depot has a dual action potato ricer and masher. Yeah, you can really get everything, huh? I know, like, what's the other app? DoorDash. DoorDash is the other one. Guys, just check your PO box tomorrow. I will. I often don't check my PO box, so it's good to have that to know that. I hope no one's delivering a freezer to the PO box. Very early Christmas. Well, Kathy, if you sent something to my PO box, I am super appreciative, and I will definitely look. Yeah, I can't. I'm not going to order a potato ricer off the internet to come to the house within 45 minutes. We're not going to do that today. We are going to move confidently ahead with either this guy, or this one. I'm betting on the food mill. I'm betting that this will work. Oh, I really wish I could remember what it was I was trying to put through there. There's some kind of vegetable or something. I wish I could remember. I don't know. Either way, we'll figure it out and we'll make it work. Let's get the Bolognese. Cyrus says, well, make a poll about which one we should use. Oh, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. Which one should we try first? I like that idea. So did you have to deliver a chest freezer? How would you do it? How would you deliver a chest freezer? Tornado says grocery delivery is a new thing in the boonies, and I placed an order for pickup They delivered it, ramen noodle cups, to the house. That is kind of really, really random. I love ordering groceries, but I don't like ordering one-off stuff because it's expensive. The delivery is expensive. I'm like, if I am going to order it, I want to make it like worth it. Worth it meaning like I'm going to pay the delivery fee and y'all are going to fill up that car with stuff. Didn't accept the order. Yeah, like I wouldn't accept the Chet's freezer order even if I could put it in there. I'm like, what? There's a lot of effort. I'd look at the tip first, honestly. Just the tip. Oh, that was out of context. Y'all didn't see that because that was in the YouTube chat. Anyway, it was a thing about tipping in the YouTube chat. It came up on my screen. The delivery driver thinks for a second. The delivery driver probably doesn't. I'm guessing they don't care. I'm guessing, well, maybe they do where y'all are if it's new, if it's like if delivery is a novel thing. You know, I think in Philly, like people DoorDash all sorts of stuff or Instacart all sorts of stuff. I like because it's just so pervasive. Everyone does it. Okay, let's read through this Bolognese recipe because we're in the Bolognese moment here. With beef as the main ingredient and surprisingly little tomato, the many subtle tastes in this famous sauce come together beautifully. Heat a large saucepan over medium to low heat. 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil, 1 ounce pancetta, finely chopped. I don't have pancetta. I got bacon instead. Seemed reasonable. I only stopped at one. I got this on Monday at Reading Terminal, and the place that I stopped did not have pancetta. And they were like, oh, you might want to go to one of these other 2 or 3 stores in the market. And I was like, I don't. Just give me some bacon, please. That'll be fine. And then later I did see it at another store and was like, shit, I should have bought that. But it's fine. We're just going to use, it's bacon, pancetta, who cares? Whatever. Cook stirring until the pancetta releases its fat but is not browned, about 8 minutes. Increase the heat to medium and add 1 large carrot, peeled and minced, 2 small celery stalks, minced, 1/2 of a medium onion, minced. Cook stirring until the onions are translucent about 5 minutes. Add and brown 1 1/4 pounds of coarsely ground beef skirt steak or very lean ground chuck. Stir in 3/4 cup of chicken or beef stock, 2/3 of a cup of dry white wine, and 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. Reduce the heat to low and simmer gently, partially covered, and skimming occasionally until the sauce is the consistency of a thick soup. About 2 hours. From time to time, as the sauce simmers, add 2 tablespoons at a time, 1 1/2 cups of whole milk. Let cool, cover, and refrigerate for up to 24 hours. Skim the fat off the top before reheating. Well, we're not going to cover and refrigerate this for 24 hours, but we are going to get started with this. It looks like I should get my carrots, celery, and onion done first. I'm noting a disturbing lack of garlic in this. I thought there would be garlic in here. There's not, and it's odd to me that it's not. We're going to go with it because I'm following the recipe. But I might add some garlic powder to this just to like appease my sense of a need for garlic. So let's get out the vegetables and we'll just do those first. That's the goal. Do the vegetables first. Okay. Oven looks good. Taters are going. My mental crisis about not having a potato ricer continues. Until I can remember what it was I tried to put through there, I'm gonna feel unsettled about it. I was making something. It was a large volume of something. You know what? Hold on. I think I know where I could find the answer to this. We're going to go to... I feel like I might have... No. Potato. No. Okay. I was searching the word ricer in clips. In the clips. I feel like I might have complained about it at some point and clipped it. Let's search for... Hold on. Oh, yeah, here we go. This was from January 6th, 2023. You know what I was making? Gnocchi. These gnocchi came out gorgeous and delicious. Just what I was hoping for tonight. The sauce was straightforward. Butter, water, herbs, lemon, and garlic. This is from a post on Instagram. Caution! If you don't have a potato ricer, a food mill is not an acceptable substitute. To say it took a lot longer than anticipated is an understatement. It did the job, just with wildly less efficiency. Great. Okay. So I think it was potatoes. It seems to have been potatoes. What did we decide to use, Kathy? We didn't yet, but I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it again because I may have cooked the potatoes differently. If that doesn't work, I am stuffing them into the food processor. Not to process them, but to grate them, to like use this thing. However, if we want to do the poll, the options would be food processor, box grater, food mill, or alternate third option, fourth option would be pushing them through a sieve. These would be our options. I think now I'm sort of scared of this one, the food mill. Mainly because I knew it. See, like I write all sorts of stuff down like that, and like back a long time ago when I started that Instagram account, which did not start as with Eat It Dads as the name. So I changed it to that after starting streaming. But it started to just document and like track what I was feeding, like what I was cooking. And so I used to put a lot of detail in there like that. I also used to post on that account basically every day, sometimes twice a day for years. But I don't anymore. I don't post that much on it. I don't post as often. Okay. We have our options. So if you try the food processor first, which makes sense. I feel like I want to try the food mill just to see if it works any differently, if the process was different from what I had done then versus when I cook the potatoes, like if the cooking the potatoes makes any difference. Okay, what am I doing with these? We're mincing them. Yeah, carrot peeled and minced, celery stalks. All of this just gets minced. Cool.
Easy fun.
Yes. I saw the alert.
That's for like pain relief for joints.
Yeah. We're adding all these vegetables at once. Okay. Add, get a big bowl. And then a little scrap bowl. The leavings here. I said on Tuesday that I might stream yesterday. I did not end up doing that. I was thinking of doing a like YouTube recording stream, but I realized that I felt really unprepared to do that. In the sense of I felt like I would be really winging it and I would like forget things that I wanted to say. And when I went back and watched it and to like edit and look at the video, I felt like I would have missed a bunch of stuff. So I think I need, before I do any like YouTube stuff like that, I think I do need to not necessarily write a script, but I need to have sort of some of the things that I want to say ready to go. At least like the main talking points. And I want to have a list of things to like, don't forget to say this. Like the things like and subscribe and introducing yourself and blah, blah, blah. So I did not stream yesterday. And I also was like, I also had the idea, not the idea, I had the thought of like, oh, if I make, like we have a bunch of stuff in the fridge, like leftovers, and I don't want to create more food before we finish some of these leftovers. So I think we will get to doing that maybe next week, possibly. We'll see. But regardless, I did not do that yesterday. I did spend some time like thinking about it and sort of actually thinking about the planning and like what needs to happen for that process and what I need to feel comfortable. So that was good. It was productive, if not live. So there's that. I was saying to someone the other day that it's, for me, whenever I'm doing something new, it's not hard to like think about doing the thing, but actually like establishing the workflow of doing the thing is the challenge. Like, I would have no problem sort of talking about how to make an egg loaf, which is one of the things that I'd like to do, make a video out of, but recording it and editing it and all of that is like not currently a thing that I do. So it's daunting to think about adding things to your plate like that, creatively speaking. Whoa, what was the context of that conversation? Oh, right. I was at the PTA meeting. Shockingly enough, volunteering to do other things. So speaking of adding things to your plate, I've also volunteered to do some stuff at school, which will be great. And we'll just add more time that I need to dedicate to other things. Anyway, I'm peeling this celery, which is something I usually don't do, but I don't really want the strings to end up in here. So we're getting a little bit more getting a little bit more refined. And I had that thought about YouTube and all that because I want to do a video about like this, like making stock and like saving your scraps and that type of thing. Like, hey, save your scraps. Here they are. And then I was thinking about like saving the scraps from today for this stuff. And that got me on the subject or on the topic. Do y'all volunteer for things? You like volunteer in any meaningful capacity? No judgment if not. I don't have any like specific volunteer stuff, but I was talking to Gwen about this the other day, and there's it's interesting because like she dedicates time in a volunteer capacity that is like not as visible, I guess. I mean, it's visible insofar as like people are aware of it, but it's less sort of performative. Turner says not anymore, but I did when I lived in a big city. Yeah, I mean, like she does like animal fostering, which is like a full-time kind of thing. Like that is a 24-hour volunteer situation. But it's, unless you like follow her on Instagram or, are a person who organizes at that shelter, like you're not aware of it. She's not like out in front of people, it's not, there's no like, significant public recognition for it, I suppose. Sophia says I volunteer at school occasionally. Right, which is also my jam. Cyrus says I used to, and now I work for the org I used to volunteer for and have zero time to volunteer. Well, that also, I'm going out on the limb with an assumption here that that's a nonprofit. And I kind of feel like, if I'm being super honest, having worked at a nonprofit, I feel like you're just volunteering a lot of your own time because you don't get as much in the way of like payment. They don't pay as well as like the corporate world, generally speaking. So I feel like at a nonprofit, if you're working there, you're probably working more hours than a lot of people, and you're probably also not getting paid as much as someone who's like in stock trading or whatever it is that rich people do. Kathy says, once we learn more about opportunities around here, that's right. Yeah, and anytime you're in like a new area, it's hard because that network, you don't have that visibility to the network yet. Doing as much good as I can for the world and not making a tech salary for it. Exactly. Yeah. So I think that if you're working at a nonprofit, you're already sort of volunteering a substantial amount of your capacity. My volunteering generally aligns with like school stuff, chaperoning field trips, that type of thing. It's more, I would say it's kind of self-serving, like, from my kid goes to public school. It's I volunteer at the school because it's helpful for the school community. It's not the same, I don't see it as, I guess I assign less value to it than like volunteering for, some sort of humanitarian relief aid or organization or something like that. But it was interesting because Gwen and I came back from like the PTA meeting the other day, which is like all volunteers, it's like it's a meeting of volunteers, and had a small like conversation about the nature of like performative people who volunteer for school stuff and just like want to be seen doing you know, want to have like a title, but don't actually want to do a lot. I feel like I'm very much the opposite. Like, I just want to do some, like, I want to like help organize all their spreadsheets and then never have them say my name. Like, I don't want to be in front of, I don't want to do like big recognition stuff. I'd rather sort of just like work in the background. I always like to work in the background. I'm much more of a supportive person. All right, we are mincing onions. That's why I find like entrepreneurial stuff to be hard. You know, I've talked a lot about like YouTube and sort of content creation and all that, and it's like, yeah, you really have to like do a lot to make that happen for yourself. And I'm a person who appreciates being like not working with a team necessarily, but like I don't always do well if I have to set all of my own priorities. I'm happy if someone gives me like a bunch of parameters to work with, or like a sort of a framework to work in, and I'm very independent within that framework. But when it comes to like make all the decisions and like do everything yourself, I find that to be challenging to find the right focus. But volunteering is great. I think if you have the time, like to do anything is sort of wonderful. And it looks really different for different people. Some people like to make phone calls. You know, some people like to solicit donations or knock on doors or just donate time. Like, I think volunteering in general is nice. I hope your meeting is productive, and I hope you come out of that meeting with no new obligations. Nobody needs anything from you. Nobody blames you or throws you under the bus for anything. I hope it's just smooth and whatever you need it to be. All right. So we're making a bolognese here. So my hope is that by the time those potatoes are finished roasting in about 30 minutes, that I'll have this bolognese underway and simmering. That's the goal. But everything here is mince it all, so it takes a little bit more time. Ooh. This onion is a little bit milder than some of the others. It's only just now starting to like hit me. Okay, that's good. Chris, hello. Chris, welcome in. Thank you. Oh. There was a discussion in the Food and Drink Creator Club Discord recently about how to deal with cutting onions. Oh. Man, onions always got to hit you in that like emotional space where you're like, ugh. Oh, okay, hold on. Just like I'm fighting it. I just need to step away for a moment. Also, just gonna wash my hands. A lot of techniques, but none is foolproof. You know what's foolproof, Chris? I will tell you the most foolproof method I know, which is to wear goggles. Which seems silly until you go to the kitchen store and you see that they sell onion goggles. But the ones that you use for swimming, the ones that one could use for swimming, which I don't like to swim because the water and I are not friends. The goggles work really well. In fact, if I had more onions to cut today, I would put them on. I keep them in the drawer. Here they are. But we're finished cutting onions today, at least for this purpose. So it's funny, once they're off the cutting board and they're sort of like off to the side here, they're not like as bothersome. They stop their incessant nagging and calm down a little bit. All right, we're going to slice this celery. Now, I'm going to mince the celery. Everything gets minced. So just cut really small is how I'm understanding this. Does the water command work too? I don't think so. However, hold on. Yes, it does. Now it does. I just added it. The Onion Head and family caretaker, welcome. Yeah. Someone has to care for the onions, right? But who's going to care about the onions? All right, that's probably good. Some of these are... All right, we'll slice all these up at once. Take some time and effort. It does. And it's funny. I haven't made a bolognese in a while. Not like a formal one. That's my instinct on how to spell it. Well, go with grace. We have it now and it works. I think it works. I mean, try it next time. I'm sure there will be a next time. The poor onions. This was a Vidalia onion, in fact. So they're a little bit milder. The white onions are the ones that kill me. They're so spicy. They're like naturally spicy. You start slicing them and it's like an immediate assault. And they're huge too. Well, a lot of white onions are huge. At least the ones that I have encountered are big. Oh my gosh. I'm just slicing this kind of narrowly lengthwise. Then I'll chop it crosswise, and then I'll basically just like mince it farther from there. I'm trying to get it pretty small from here, so I don't end up with like weird large or like large. I want to end up with like all the chunks roughly the same size. So I'm trying to get my lengthwise slices just about the same. So some of them are fine, and then some of them I'm recutting. Recutting. Okay, we're getting there though. Yeah, the onions are off to the side. They've settled down a lot. I did not end up needing the goggles today. Having a sharp knife, I I've heard that before, that like, oh, if you're the sharper your knife is, the better your cut is going to be, or the less spicy your onions will feel on your eyes. And I don't know if I find that, I don't know if anecdotally, I don't know if that's been true for me. I feel like it's more of a facet of like the onions themselves than it is about the knife. Maybe the knife helps like marginally, but I'm not sure. Chris says, I replaced the tomato paste with gochujang in my bolognese and adds just a slightly different depth that aligns with my family's palate. And replacing any tomato paste in the recipe with gochujang and seeing how it turns out. It's 1-to-1. It works pretty well. Good note. I have some gochujang in the refrigerator, and I think instead of replacing it 1-to-1, since I'm doubling this recipe, I think I'll replace like half. I'll do half and half, because I like that idea. And this is not, there's no spiciness at all. There's no heat in this at all. There's zero baked in heat to this bolognese. And I don't love that. I almost always add red pepper to everything. If not red pepper, Aleppo. But I like the idea of adding a bit more gochujang in at the source there in the sauce stage, as opposed to the spicing of it. Good idea. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna steal that idea and use it, and I will not present it as my own, but I am going to do it if I remember. If anybody's here when I'm adding the tomato paste and I don't add the gochujang instead, please feel free to remind me that I wanted to do that. When I finish cutting the celery, I'm going to confirm that I actually have it. Master Splits, hello. Oh, a cheesesteak gnocchi would be super. Although I don't know if I'd want a potato gnocchi for that. I guess I would, because it's sort of bready. I guess ricotta gnocchi is a little bit more. Ricotta's already a cheese, so. Chris says the theory is a sharp knife won't tear the cell membrane, and the clean cut reduces dispersing the spiciness in the air. Yeah, I've heard that, but I sort of. Like, yeah, like maybe it reduces it a little bit, but it's like, it's not a magic thing. It's not like a magic solution to the issue, at least in my experience. I have influenced the recipe. Truly, truly you have. Yes. I want to confirm that I have been influenced by Chris Hangry. Chris has influenced my cooking decisions today for the better. You can clip that and send it to your sponsors. You could send that out to the Gochujang, which is the name of your sponsorship group in my head. Anyway, there you go. Have I tried making malfatti? I have not. I have never tried saying malfatti until this very moment, and I am not aware of it. Tell me more. I want to check and see if I have gochujang. That's what I just said I wanted to do, and I should do that. I do. Yay. Sub topic. Is it good? Yes. Oh, God, it looks so good. I love the way that looks. That is a beautiful, wait, where's the light? Where's the light in this kitchen? There it is. Beautiful. A wet towel next to the onion. Yeah, I think it was like that has worked. I've done that in the past. I've heard that putting a wet towel next to the onion. I've heard that putting like a wet towel over like a bib works really well. I've done that before, and that seemed to work like okay. I think combining all of those things together is probably effective, but absolutely nothing is as effective as just putting on a pair of goggles and looking silly for the few minutes that you're cutting onions. I think that is the most effective actual solution. I have not dipped my finger in it and just eaten it. No, I don't see why I wouldn't though. Yeah, mincing takes a while. I think for the carrots, I'm going to do the carrots on the small holes on the box grater instead of mincing them with a knife, because that will work just as well and serves the same end result. I think. Celery sticks dipped in gochujang. It's better than ranch, I bet. Probably. Tatsu says you get spinach. This is for the malfatti. Spinach, steam it, pat it, dry, chop it up, mix it with basic pasta dough. Okay. Make a gnocchi sized balls. Okay, I got you. And you cook it the same as pasta, right? Like you would just cook it in a pot of hot water and easy like that. What's for Thanksgiving? I have no idea. I'm not cooking Thanksgiving actually. And thankfully, I am we're going to a family function and I do not have to cook. I am not making anything, at least I don't think. I haven't been asked to make anything. I also have not volunteered to make anything. I may. But the hard part about going somewhere, like traveling somewhere, and also cooking is like when you get there, you have to like bring all the ingredients or hope people have things, or like go to the store when you get there, which is like the worst option. Use someone else's kitchen to cook, or have something that travels that you can travel with, which I've done before. Not that like I don't have coolers and that type of thing. Could very easily bring stuff with me, but I am not cooking as of this moment. I don't have anything specifically that I'm planning on cooking. I'll probably end up cooking something. Calvin has mentioned cinnamon rolls like multiple times. And so I might end up making some cinnamon rolls, because those are good when you make them like a day ahead too. They're also like pretty tasty a day ahead of time. Okay, let's finish with the celery. We're just going to do the carrots on the box grater because that's going to be easier, I think. Tatsu says gochujang on a sando. Yeah, I love it on grilled cheese. When you spread it on the inside of a grilled cheese and then like make it. No ranch, always spicy. Spicy over creamy. I get that. Yeah, I don't like creamy. This is like a couple instances where creamy is good, but not. I don't know. I don't like ranch dressing on a salad. Like, I don't really love ranch dressing. I'm hearing Daft Punk. That is steam it, pat it, chop it, mix it. That would, yeah, yes. We need more rhyme, a better rhyme scheme there. But yes. They're done when they float. Perfect, just like gnocchi. The gochujang grilled cheese is great too, because it can be a little secret until you bite into it. And then you're like, oh fuck, my mouth. And you're like, gotcha. And they're like, I don't like spicy food. And you're like, shut up. Also, I'm sorry. We don't need this peeler anymore. Okay. I think this will work on the box grater, right? Yeah. Yeah. Onion would have worked on here too. Both are a little funky with aging, gochujang and cheese, and the spice and cheese even each other out. They do. That's the thing with the grilled cheese, though, is if you want it to feel spicy, you got to put a lot on there, which is not really a problem for, His eyes got big. Have I influenced you? Yes. I always offer it to Calvin. Whenever I make grilled cheese for myself, I put gochujang on it. Not when I'm making it for our trips for his younger friends, because they tend to have less refined tastes, which is fine. They're 10. He's on a Korean food kick because he misses the street food he has. I had this, so I knew he'd be in anything gochujang. No, did I tell you my friend Drew did helped edit a Korean cookbook? That was the one that he was testing a bunch of recipes from. It's called Learning Korean Recipes for Home Cooking. Yeah, it's called Learning Korean. Which is by, who's the chef for that? I forget. Peter Serpico, a Philadelphia chef. Korean street food culture is unmatched. According to YouTube, it is. I know that for sure. That's like all the best street food videos on YouTube are like Korean. It's definitely been co-opted. Ah. It feels like it's taking forever, but this is taking a lot less time than doing this with a knife, and I'm getting nicer results because this is like really completely chopped up. Like, I don't want this to be don't go there. Chris, if you want to message one of the moderators a link to a URL, we can't there's no links in chat. Or rather, there's no individual posting of links in chat. However, I know that you're not a random bot, so just an FYI. Oh no, it's fine. Listen, it's fine. And most folks can. In most streams, that's like fine. And I should probably reevaluate that. I haven't thought about it in a long time. I haven't thought about the links in chat thing. Mainly it's because when I click on links during stream, I go down a rabbit hole, and then I won't ever get back to where I was. A fact about myself that I am extremely self-aware of. Okay, we're almost there. Yeah, I have 7 minutes left on those potatoes. So my thought process of like getting all of the stuff together for the bolognese while the potatoes cooked, that was fine. That made sense. Should invest in a crank shredder. I have a food processor. I could do this in a food processor. I'm not. I have the capacity to do that. I'm choosing not to. Mainly, well, this thing, I'm using the fine side of the box grater here. See, I'm going to open that in a new window. And I'm going to save it for later because that's a thing that I love. I love reading recipes. Paste. There we go. Okay. Hey, Joe, how's it going? Joe, welcome in. Joe, we're in the middle of making some gnocchi. Perhaps you've heard of it. Well, what I'm in the middle of doing right now is making a bolognese. Even through a translator, it checks out. I think, yeah, Chris, a lot of those sites, I don't know. I feel like Google Translate has come such a long way. Company all hands meeting. Hey, it's fine. You know what I've done so far on stream? Very little. So you're right on time for when you got here. I'm in the middle of shredding some carrot to make a bolognese. We have our potatoes in the oven, which says about an hour, but we got 6 minutes left, 5 minutes left on those, and I don't think they're going to be ready yet. So that's fine. We're doing the potato gnocchi. It is first step is just roasting potatoes. So we're doing that, and while the potatoes are roasting, I'm getting started on a bolognese, which takes like 2 hours, a little more than 2 hours to cook. Everybody's using a box grater. 'Tis the season, Velos. For box grating. Chris says, I'm a native Korean speaker, no translation challenges. That is nice. Oh my God. Whew. It's kind of a workout, honestly. This side of the box grater is intense to use. It's also kind of scary because it's like sharp. Everyone's having a great time. I see what you did there, and I love it. I'm having a great time. Oh my God. Okay. I think the rest of this carrot might be too small. I don't want to shred my fingertips here. So we're going to do a little bit more and then charge this one to the game. Okay. Perfect. Let's get the inside looks pretty good. Alrighty. I'm gonna rinse that off and get the carrot sludge off of here. And we'll start our bolognese. I'm gonna wash my hands. Also, while we're here. And I want to read what it says about the potatoes, because I don't know if I have, I want to make sure I get the potatoes to the right spot, cooking softness wise. I don't want to like overcook them. I feel like you could overcook them for this purpose, but I don't really know. So I want to read what it says. Okay, we've got carrot and onion and celery ready to go for my mise. Let's check before I check the potatoes. I want to check what else. Do I need to cut anything else up? No. Oh, the bacon, the pancetta, and cut some pancetta up. That's fine. That's easy to do, and I can do that right on the same cutting board. But this is good to go. This is good to go into the freezer. And let's cut up a little bit of bacon before I move on to the next step, because then I'll be finished with the cutting board, which is ideal. Plastic says moisturize. Add only egg yolks. They come together quicker, and you don't need as much flour. This recipe that I'm using doesn't even call for egg. It only calls for flour and potato, flour, salt, and nutmeg, actually. So it doesn't call for any egg at all, which is fascinating. So I'm not sure. I know that differs from other recipes. There's no ricotta in this either. This is a very basic recipe as far as I can tell, which is good. It comes from a cookbook that I have some trust in, insofar as it's been in the industry for a long time and sort of reputable. Okay, so directly on an oven rack until easily pierced with a fork, about 1 hour. Easily pierced, it says. So I'm going to take a fork, not a super blunt one, but a regular fork with a little, regular tines. We're going to take the potato in the far back. Can we easily pierce that? Yes. And easily is a pretty subjective term here. I think I would give these a few more minutes. Like, they're not they're cooked. Like, I can go into them with a fork. I think I'm going to give those about 10 more minutes or so. Like, what I really want to say is I want to give those until I get the Bolognese started. So 10 more minutes. Marianne, welcome. Good day. Okay. Bacon, instead of pancetta, I'm using bacon here. We'll be fine. They're roughly the same thing. This calls for 1 ounce of 1 ounce of pancetta. So we're going to do 2 ounces of bacon, which is maybe 4 strips. No. That's 2 strips. We'll do 3 strips of bacon. That's going to be 4. That's 4.6 ounces. That's like quite a bit. But pancetta and bacon are kind of different. I think the bacon will cook a little differently. And so I'm going with my gut here. So we're trying to stick relatively close to the recipe, but we're not like being beholden to it. Great. Now I have extra bacon. What are we doing with the pancetta? Finely chopped. Okay. So this is the last thing I'm doing on this cutting board today is meat. We did onion. We did celery, we did carrot. Now we're going to do bacon. I'm going to finely chop some bacon. Now, pancetta itself is already chopped up, so I'm not, when it says finely chopped, I'm not sure how small necessarily they want me to go here, but I am gonna give it a shot. We're just gonna small dice this. And bacon is a little fattier, I think a little fattier than pancetta. So I don't necessarily want this to be, I don't want it to completely dissolve. Okay. That's good. Cutting board's escaping. Now this is an applewood bacon. They didn't have any, what I would call like regular bacon. This is just their standard bacon. They had an applewood, hickory smoked, and then several varieties that did not sound like they would be great for a Bolognese. But they did sound delicious. They had a new cinnamon bacon. It was like, this is infused with cinnamon. And I was like, interesting. At what point did they infuse the bacon with the cinnamon? I'm just imagining them giving like the pigs like the cinnamon challenge, which is really a grim thought when you consider sort of how that would come into play and how much cinnamon they'd have to have. Anyway, I'm pretty sure that they put it in sometime after the pig had already committed to the bit. So such as it is. Okay, we're finished chopping. Everything has been chopped. I'm going to, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch while I clean up my counter and clean up the counter and empty the dishwasher. That's the goal. So we're going to do 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. We're going to run a game of words on stream during that time. Let me wash my hands first because I just had meat on them. So I'm going to empty the dishwasher, clean the counter, and then I will, I want to clean the cutting board too, actually, because I want it to dry. I don't want it to sit over there with stuff on it for the next couple hours. So that's what we're going to do. When we come back, we're going to check the potatoes again, because they should be about 10 minutes on at that point. And then we will start the Bolognese in a big pan on the stove. So if you're new to stream and you're lurking perhaps at this point, I want to say a couple things. One, follows are silent. So if you're lurking and you're like, hey, this guy's about to run some ads, I'm out of here, hit the follow button. There's no alerts, there's no sounds. I will not say hi to you. There's no chat messages. You just follow the stream. Like literally nothing happens. So feel free to hit the follow button, continue to remain unidentified and enjoy your lurk. That actually goes for anybody, just in general, enjoy your lurk. If you're hanging out, I appreciate you. If you are inclined to go somewhere else, and hear me ramble during that time, you can go subscribe on the YouTube channel. It's right there. I'm live on YouTube as well. We multi-stream both vertical and horizontal videos, or vertical and horizontal streams. So we run 3 minutes worth of ads roughly every hour or so. I don't have the ad program turned on today, but we are going to, so we haven't been running ads. You'll note that it's 2 hours and 16 minutes in a stream. We haven't had an ad yet. It's about time. So we're gonna do that for the next 3 minutes while I wash up. Here's what we're doing. We're putting the dishes away. We're wiping the counter. We're cleaning the cutting board. That's it. That's what I'm doing during the ad break. Mrs. H, welcome in. Happy to see you. Slinka, hello. Welcome in. Hey, Slinka, that's the 7,800th check-in on the channel. Wild. Wild. It's a lot of check-ins. Collective check-ins today. We hit our 7,777th check-in today also, which was a fun number. Okay, if you're hanging out, I appreciate you. We're gonna play Game Awards on stream. Here comes that. And we will be right back. I'm going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. You can follow on YouTube, links in the chat. And I'm going to do some dishes and handle some cleanup. Be right back.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
We're gonna put the dishes from the dishwasher away. That's it, clean. I ran the dishwasher this morning instead of last night. It was wild. I felt unhinged running the dishes at such a weird time of day. Dishwasher's usually only on overnight. And I'm like getting set up for stream, and I'm like, what is that sound? Oh yeah, it's literally the dishwasher that I turned on. But it means we have clean dishes. Okay. Dishwasher is almost empty. There. I'm also going to load the dishwasher because stuff in the sink. All right. Was that completed? Was that a board? That was a board. Yes. My sense of timing is always like I can always tell when a board has been completed if I wasn't looking at the screen because I'm like, wait, that was not enough time to not enough time went by for it to expire naturally. All right, I'm going to wash the cutting board, and I'm going to wash the colander, because those are the two things that I'm going to end up needing later in stream. One for a picture, the other one to drain pasta with. Like that. Scrub, scrub, scrub. Timer's going off for the extra 10 minutes of gnocchi. So that's been in there for 70 minutes now. Turn that off.
It's over!
Whoa. Wow. Was that another one? God darn. Y'all finished before I finished the dishes. Y'all gave us 2 boards in a row. And like how do I want to say this? Stuck the landing with that one. That was like, it ended the moment that the ads ended too, which is pretty phenomenal. Okay, let's finish that. So I did the dishes. I did the empty the dishwasher. Now I just want to wipe the counter off real quick while we before we get in. I want to wipe the counter. Then we'll check the potatoes, and then we will get. Then we will. And we'll move along to making the bolognese. I think the potatoes are probably going to be finished. I'm going to move these Bolognese stuff over here. I think the potatoes will probably be finished at this point. They were pretty much there a moment ago. Okay. Cool. That's good. Now let's wipe that with one of these. Chris, is the ad, so when you're in an ad break and you're seeing ads, I know the screen is super small. Words is like impossible to play? Would you say it's super hard when you say guessing 30 seconds? Are you sort of just like you can't see the as enough to see the progress bar? I'm assuming that's my. I'm assuming that's the reason. Hey, Soap Up, it worked. It worked. There it is. Yeah, it just like that. The queuing system worked because it didn't post it right away. It must have been like a minute and 40 some seconds. I mentioned this earlier, but now that Joe is in chat, the gnocchi was Joe's request for having gifted, I believe it was 25 subs during September, and I am thankful for that. And I am also thankful for the opportunity to make gnocchi. I think it's fun. I haven't made it but once or twice on stream, and I'm excited to actually get in. B. Connolly, welcome in. Am I making it from scratch? I am. We have potatoes in the oven right now, which I'm going to check, and we'll see if they're ready. Chris says on PC you can see the stream on the side, but on mobile, so I'm guessing blindly based on the letters everyone else is using. I love that. Yeah. If you play on ads, use other people's guesses. Mrs. H, that's the right way. That is the move. Dr. Hex Mikey, welcome in. And we're doing the gnocchi coming up. I want to say like in this segment is not the right way to put that because we don't really do segments specifically here. But we're doing the gnocchi. Here's what's coming up next. We're gonna get the potatoes out of the oven. I'm not really sure where they're at just yet in terms of their completion. Let's check. We're gonna check. Come on over here to the oven. That's the handle, but if we open it up, we see potatoes inside.
Potatoes.
Here they are. Some of these are starting to spring a leak. Easily pierced with a fork is what we're looking for. I mean, the fork goes right in. I'm not once you get past the skin, there's a little bit of resistance, and just a little bit of a shake, they come off. So I think maybe these might be done. Possibly. Oh, god damn, that thing is hot. You know the metal, you know that the thing that the camera is sitting on is made of metal? Shocking. Did you know that the heat from the oven comes out and heats it up? It does. All right, how much do I have to let these cool off? Where's the recipe here? While the potatoes are still hot, it says. Okay, so they're going to be hot for a little bit after we get them out of the oven. Wait. So whose potatoes emote is that? Astronomy. Who is astronomy? That's a Astro Canuck. Oh, okay. Yeah. I like his channel. He's on at night often, and I'll occasionally lurk over there. The astrology, yeesh, no, they're very different things. Astronomy stuff really interests me, and he's one of the folks that is. There's another astronomy guy who's I like his like telescope, like I like his setup, like the technical setup of his stream. But I don't like the words he says. I don't like his opinions. So I can't hang out there. That's the stream I have a 395 stream streak at. Jeez, that's incredible. That is quite incredible. I would, I'd get so anxious about that. I don't mean to project. Whenever I have a streak of any kind like that, I often will just make a decision on when I want to end it, and I will end it for my own like mental health. I've had if I know Shayna and I have talked about this. Ingress, the game, the location-based game Ingress off of the geolocation data is the engine that was Pokemon Go was found based off of. Anyway, they're like that game rewards streaks, and there was a bunch of them that I like got the badge for and then immediately stopped. I was like, I've exhausted my capacity to continue here. He streamed a space launch at 4 a.m. and that's probably okay. So that was probably before the ability to like continue your streak by watching clips or VODs or something, I'm assuming. I'll bend over backwards to try to make it streak. Yes. Yeah, totally, Chris. Yeah, that was back when it was just like straight up, like you got to be there or not. And that, yeah. We talked about this on stream the other day, about streaks and how, whether or not I wanted to make those a mechanism for Cookie Club entries, and I decided that I don't for that reason. If anything, I might make them like if I was going to go that route, I would probably make it like a 2 or 3 streak and not an escalating value. Liz, hello again. Liz, you know what I did though? I did prep all the things for the Bolognese, and the potatoes are done in the oven. So everything's prepped for the Bolognese. Functionally, mincing a bunch of vegetables is a lot of work. Chris, that bag is ready to be made into stock. We're going to do next week. Maybe next week, maybe the week after. It doesn't really matter because it's in the freezer. I was talking about doing YouTube videos on stream, and that's one of the ones that I want to do is like talking about the stock bag. And so I was thinking of making stock today, and I decided not to because I'm otherwise busy with the gnocchi, but also because it is something I want to make like a video out of. So I didn't do it yet. Liz, the Bolognese recipe is in the same cookbook. It's 3 pages away from the gnocchi recipe. So they're in the same chapter, in fact. Okay, let's get our potatoes out. So I'm gonna get the potatoes out, and then we're gonna start the Bolognese, and then we're gonna try to figure out how to rice and like how to get the potatoes processed. Because the potatoes take a little while. Or the potatoes will take me a while to process. I don't want to not start the Bolognese, but I also want to give the potatoes like a little bit of time to cool down. So So we're just going to take these out of the oven. I'm putting them on the sheet pan that I had underneath of them to catch the drips because that already has a piece of parchment paper on it. So these are good. Let's see. Easily pierced with a fork. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty easily pierced with a fork. I don't know how easy it's supposed to be, but these are pretty easy. All right, we're gonna move these over onto the stove here. No, we're not, because that's where the Bolognese is going. We're gonna move these, yes we are, we're gonna move these over onto the stove on top of the stack of cast iron pans. There it goes. I'm gonna turn the oven off too, because I don't need that on anymore, I don't think. Calculates. No. Okay. So this is, both of these recipes are from The Joy of Cooking. If you weren't here at the beginning of stream, I had a little story about this particular cookbook, which I will tell here in just a moment. But let's see. We have, 8 minutes plus 5. Okay, so we have about 10 or 15 minutes until for the actual like first step of the cooking process here. So we're gonna do that. We need olive oil and then our pancetta, which is here. I used bacon instead of pancetta. Cook stirring until the pancetta releases its fat but is not browned. Increase the heat to medium and add carrot, celery, and onion, which is what we have here. Then we add 1 1/4 pounds coarsely ground beef skirt steak of very lean ground chuck. Okay, did I mention that I'm doubling this recipe? I did. If I didn't, I am now. I'm doubling this recipe. So I have 2.5 pounds of ground meat here. So we'll add that in. Then we add in chicken stock. I don't have chicken stock, but I have vegetable stock, which is just fine. Dry white wine. And then tomato paste. So I am going to use, I have tomato paste in a little plastic bag that's left over. We decided that we're going to use half tomato paste and half gochujang because add a little like heat and flavor, additional flavor to it. Then we reduce that to low, simmer, and then add milk kind of throughout the process. So we'll get to the milk in just a little bit, but let's get started on the stove with the actual Bolognese first. So I'm gonna move my camera over here and we'll adjust. And let me get the, we're gonna use the official Drew cast iron, Drew cast iron pan, cast iron Dutch oven. Command Drew in chat, my buddy, who a year ago, it might be a year ago today, lent me the cast iron pan so that I could work on a chicken pot pie recipe, which I have since. Was not a year ago. Okay. Which I have since made several times and enjoyed. I've used that cast iron pan a bunch for a bunch of different things. And I asked him, do you need this back? And he was like, I literally don't use it. When you asked me to borrow it, I brought it up from my basement. I haven't used it for a long time. It's totally cool. Keep it for as long as you want. So like, heard. Okay, we're gonna put this over medium. Medium on my stove is 4, 4 out of 7. Medium would be 3.5, actually, wouldn't it? Medium low heat. Okay, so that's 3. 3 tablespoons of extra virgin olive oil. So we really want 6 tablespoons because we are doubling this recipe. And I am going to actually measure this, at least for this aspect of it, because I don't want to add too much oil, because I know that there's going to be a lot of like beef fat in here too. What is that on the stove? What is, right? Oh, oh, it's a reflection of the sparkling lights on the back of the counter. I was like, what is that spot? I tried to wipe it off and it didn't work. Wait, this is a half tablespoon. Garbage. We don't want that. Ah, there we go. Here's a whole tablespoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now, we're adding the olive oil. We did, and then we're adding pancettas. Cook until the pancetta releases its fat but is not brown. About 8 minutes. 8 minutes. Roughly 8 minutes. Okay. So this is definitely not hot yet. I'm gonna give this just a moment to like heat up. Because it's cast iron, it takes a minute. Takes a second to heat up. So how much tomato paste do we need in here? 2 tablespoons. Well, that's about 1. It's about 2. Yeah, but this is probably like, I'll probably just use all of this tomato paste. I think that's going to be the move. Because if I use less than what's in this bag, there's only going to be like a teaspoon or 2 left in here. So it's not going to be worth keeping after that. And I might as well just use it. 2 tablespoons of tomato paste and then 2 tablespoons of gochujang. And I know I have that. Okay. All right. Hopefully this pan is pretty warm at this point. Chris, enjoy your nap. Enjoy your nap. Good luck with your shift this evening if I don't see you again. Thank you for hanging out for a while. I appreciate you. All right, we got a little sizzle going on here. Just a little bit though. So I don't want to overcook this. That's the note here is basically like, don't overcook it. So we're gonna put set an 8 minute timer. And I'll kind of stir it. Stirring until it releases fat but is not browned. Okay. Thank you for good company. Thanks for the gochujang suggestion. Chris, I still think that you should call your subscribers the Gochu Gang, and I think it would be funny. That's my suggestion. That's my contribution. Okay. The problem about that is that you already do. Or that I'm being extremely culturally insensitive. One of those two things is highly likely. I'm aware of the oh. So you're saying it's the second one, the insensitive part. Got it. Enjoy your nap. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe not. People will be like, what the fuck, dude? What? Be like, no. Yes, see, what happened is I don't know Korean. And this is why things like that happen. Seriously though, enjoy your nap. You can, please go lay down. Goodbye. Okay. See what had happened was I didn't know Korean. Right, kind of like exactly. But the people who know would be like, what? Right. The majority wouldn't know the difference, but there would be a few who would be confused and horrified. But see, Chris, who knows Korean, is able to make that decision separately. Yeah, you'd end up on some weird corner of the internet, that's for sure. Did I set a timer? Shit, I didn't. Oh, I did. It's on the screen. Okay. I didn't set a timer like on my timer. There's not going to be any alarm that goes off. I wonder if I could create an alarm on the screen stream timer. That would be amazing. I haven't looked into that, but I feel like I could. Okay, so this is coming along. I'm keeping this at a low temperature here. We're really at a low. Prize pixels. Yes, and as I imagine it would. Way to use your peepees. See, it instantly amused and horrified. Instantly amused, though. I think that riding the line between like innuendo and direct being like directly bawdy is quite a skill. Biggest PP. I feel like you could have a channel point redeem for that like, you know, you spend 200,000 points on and it gets you on like a leaderboard. That would be funny. All right, this looks good, and the fat is like definitely rendering out of here because there's more liquid in here than there was like 5 minutes ago. What's next? Next we add the carrot, celery, and onion, and then about 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah, there's so much that you could do with that one. There's so much you could do. Oh, golly. I've consumed way more liquid on stream today than I usually do. I'm gonna have to use the bathroom at some point, which is not normal. I don't usually use the bathroom even during like a 7 hour stream. The gambling stuff. Does anybody in chat use like the betting, like gambling? Is there like a good stream that you know of that does that, like for channel points, that has like some fun ones? I know there's ones that are built into like stream elements, labs, etc. But I'm aware that there are people on this channel that have hundreds of thousands of channel points that are not really being used. And I have some ideas for how to use them and what kind of channel point rewards we could use. But I'm curious. I feel like the betting and sort of gambling thing, I don't gamble myself and I don't really endorse it. And I don't love, I don't know, I'm not like a gambler, you know, like it just doesn't appeal to me. But I think that there's a lighthearted aspect of like that with channel points. You know, it's not real money. It's social currency. It's not real money. Yeah. Dan, you use it in some? I haven't come across a channel, and also to be fair, I'm not really like looking for these things. I don't usually look at the gambling, like those types of gambling things. All right, we're looking good here. I would say that this is starting to brown, so it's sort of to the point where I wanted it to be. Releases this fat, but is not browned. Increase the heat to medium. Okay, we're going to increase the heat to medium. I'm going to add our vegetables now. So we're adding our onions, carrots, and celery. So this is a pretty heavy vegetable base here. I'm making quite a bit of bolognese. I'm doubling the recipe. I don't expect to use all of this today. I want to save some of it. The goal is, if I'm making a sauce, make it twice. Make it once so you can eat it twice. So we're adding this, and then we're going to start to cook that down. I want to set a 5-minute timer for this. So I'm going to do, hold on, 5 minutes. Then we add the beef. Add and brown. So we're going to add and brown the beef. Okay, so we have about 5 minutes on the vegetables here. Worst vegetable ever. Celery's all right. I don't mind. I don't like celery raw, generally speaking. I like the flavor of celery a lot. All of these vegetables are basically going to disappear. That's correct, Mrs. H. We're going to cook this for 2 to 3 hours. So my goal, by the way, is to have dinner ready, to finish and have things ready here between 1900 and 1930. So 7 to 7:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'm in Eastern. So right now it is 3 p.m. for me, 3:04 p.m. So my goal is 4.5 hours from now to have dinner ready, which is plenty of time for a bolognese to cook down. Robster, welcome. What do you not like about celery? Florida. Excellent. So it's a little warmer where you are. I'm in Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. I'm in the city proper. Sometimes you meet people from out in the world and you're like, where are you from? And they're like, Philadelphia. And then come to find out they live not in the city. But that's fine. Most people wouldn't know the other names of the small little towns outside of the city. I also don't say that I'm from Philadelphia. There's an important distinction. I live here. I did not grow up here. I didn't go to high school in Philadelphia. I think if you didn't, and it's funny, the Inquirer, our local paper, recently had a thing on their Instagram stories about asking people when you're allowed to say you're from Philadelphia. And the opinions were funny. And also, I think only one of the people that they asked was actually like born and went to school in Philadelphia, like grade school. Roster says, I don't like the crunchiness. It's like crunching on water. That's true. It is, it's a very harsh texture for the taste that you get out of it. Tacos, amazing. What's your favorite taco topping? That's a general question, not just for B. Connolly. A nasty twang. Celeriac. Interesting. I find celeriac to be a lighter or a more balanced flavor. Celeriac has more of like a earthiness to it that I think regular like stalk celery lax. Functionally, they're two different things. Well, it is in this dish. It's basically in this dish. It's adding a little bit of like tartness, I think, is the thought here. Minute and 13. Okay, we're coming along. This is I'm cooking this slow. Bolognese is slow. The potatoes are still warm. I was worried that they might cool off too much, but I don't think they are. So once we're done this step, we're going to drop the beef in here. And that's going to take a little while to brown, I think. But this is cooking nicely. This is cooking pretty nicely. But we'll break the beef up quite a bit as it's going in. So, favorite topping is cheese. Fair. Cheese is like my favorite topping for many things in life, not just tacos. I just finished 2 recipes that were basically the same thing with a slight variation between the 2 of them. And both of them had cheese on top. I say finished. I just worked on 2 recipes. I mean, I finished them. I submitted them. One of them's not even due till next Monday. I'm good. I'm a very reliable freelancer. I've never not once ever been late with an article or with something that I'm writing, and I've never asked for an extension. I'm pretty proud of that. I am good at time management. Cheese and crackers. Hell yeah. Cheese and crackers are classic. I went to a bar like a month or 2 ago that had a like cheese crackers. Cheese crackers, and then like some sort of pepper on the menu. That was really kind of fascinating. It was meant to be like a fun nod to like a childhood snack. Okay, so we're adding the beef. Add and brown the beef. 1 1/4 pounds. So I'm doubling this, so I have 2.5 pounds. Okay, Chester Queen, welcome. Hello. You detest celery, but you know if a bolognese doesn't have it and you prefer it with. That is fascinating. I don't think that's reasonable. A bolognese is like such a separate thing. Like the celery is such a small aspect of it, and it goes in so early in the process that it is by the time you get to the end result, it's gone. Adult lunchable. Yeah, exactly. And I love that they also counted out like the right number of crackers and slices of cheese. Everything matched up. It was perfect. My brain loved it. Chapstick Queen, thank you. Thank you for the lurk. We love a lurk. Every time someone says something about lurking, it incentivizes me a little bit further to get the cookie club thing together that I want to do for people who are lurking. Again, I don't want to have to make people like type into chat that they're lurking a whole bunch. They're going to have to take some sort of interactive action, but I want it to be secret. So we're working on it. I am working on it in the background. Do I know what size enamel Dutch oven pot I'm using? I do. It's a 6-quart Dutch oven. I know this because I had to look at it the other day for one of the recipes I was writing. Yeah, the 6-quart is good. If I was buying one new, I would buy an 8-quart. I often find myself just at the limit of how much I can put in here. Like right now, if I had an 8-quart pot, I would use that instead because this would be able to spread out a little more. A potato masher would absolutely work here. Yes, it would. You're not wrong. The potato masher is the real, like, the secret champion for browning meat, or for breaking up meat. Good call out. It would work faster, and maybe we'll get to that in a second. I'm committed to the bit with this initial breakup here, and when we hit the U up text later, we'll get to the potato masher and really get some magic happening. That was a weird analogy, sorry. Yeah, Velos, the 6-quart is really good. I mean, and to be fair, I'm doubling this recipe. So I also, I'm also like making a lot more than I otherwise would. Okay, I'm gonna turn this up just a little bit. Favorite kitchen item is the Le Creuset. I love all of my cast iron pans equally because they all have equal, like, different functions. Also, this one isn't mine. This one is a friend of mine's. I've just had it forever and used it. I've used this pan more in the past year than he probably has in the past decade. However, it is his pan. I cannot lay any type of claim to it. I do love my KitchenAid mixer too. Invaluable. The Crosshair meat masher, I've seen those things. Pork chops with Alfredo pasta sounds great. Chapstick Queen. I love Alfredo pasta. I also love a turkey sandwich. Turkey sandwiches are my go-to sandwich when I am not sure what to order. Yeah, Velos, I love the enameled one for that exact reason. It's sort of it's got the heat retaining properties, but also you can just sort of make whatever you want in it. I've never used one of those. Just gets stuck in the edges. Yeah, and that's something to obviously watch out for. You don't want to end up with like raw meat in your thing. Yeah, this is coming along. We're working. Wait to mash until it's cooked a little. That is accurate also. Waiting is the hardest part for many things, including this. Yes, the no feet. You can't get the if you're getting the Dutch oven with the feet on it, you got to be committed to like using it outside. The feet present a real issue on the stove. If you have a flat top electric stove, you can't use it. Yeah, Connolly, the I don't know, I mean, a lot of companies make them. They're mainly for outdoor cooking. The feet are like 1.5 inches high, and they are meant to be able to put over top of coals. I've used my Dutch oven with the feet on this stove several times, and it's the smaller Dutch oven I have, the eight, I think it's an 8-quart Dutch oven, is not a problem. It fits nicely, but the larger one like doesn't quite sit right, and when I use it on the stove here, I always get worried that it's just going to slip and then tip over. It does. It looks exactly like a witch's cauldron. It's great. It's great. Now we're adding, well, we're not done browning this meat yet, but we're getting there. So after we brown the meat, we're adding the stock, the white wine, and the tomato paste and gochujang. Then we're reducing the heat to low and simmering gently, skimming occasionally, about 2 hours. So we're gonna leave this on the stove in just a little bit here. So we're almost browned. This is starting. This looks great. It's looking really, really, really good. The one thing that I would say about this is that there's no salt being added here, so I'm a little like curious where the salt is coming from, but I know I can season it as I go along. I'm obviously going to taste it, but there's sort of my radar is up about the fact that there's no salt in this, and the recipe doesn't even call for it. Kind of like you could brown the meat separately, but like many things, a lot of this is just about building the flavor. And I think that browning it after you've cooked all the vegetables helps incorporate the vegetable juice, essentially the oil and the the liquid cast off from the vegetables into the meat, and helps it like infuse better. Not that it makes too much of a difference if you're cooking it for 2 hours after the fact, but I don't know. I'm following the recipe today. Usually I'm sort of making things up, or I'm writing the recipe myself, which is making things up. But today we're following the recipe to mostly to a T. Y'all are great. I appreciate, one of the things that I appreciate and about, I'm sort of looking at the conversation is, I know that y'all have sort of a lot of extra burdens on top of what is normally handed to folks. And I feel that in general, y'all are generally like super positive, and I feel like, especially with a food related thing, that could be, I mean, I'm sure it's difficult and whatever to watch like food content sometimes. I want to say that I appreciate you both. Okay, so we're shoving off from our other spatula or other spoon that I was using, because that was the one that I started with the raw meat. We're pretty well browned here now, so I'm switching over to a new spoon so that I don't bring any like extra raw meat stuff going on here. Italian herb and zucchini chicken bake. That sounds good. Avo, hello. I love zucchini. Savory, welcome in. We're making a Bolognese. It's going good. I live vicariously. I live vicariously in other ways too. So I understand that. Rob just says food streams is pretty much all I watch. I watch a variety of things personally, but I think the food streams are the ones that I enjoy. Food streams are what brought me onto Twitch. And I do love watching people cook. I like food content in general. Okay, this is pretty well done here. Pretty well browned. So we're going to turn that down to medium low. Now we're going to add our liquids here. So come on back to the counter for just a moment while we measure some things. Speaking of live action. It's live. We can edit. We're not editing that part out. Just rewind and skip over it if you don't want to hear me stuttering, trying to find the right words. 3/4 cups of chicken or beef stock. So I want 1.5 cups of that. And then 1.33 cups. So I want 1.5 cups of stock. Yes, yes. 1.5 cups of stock. Great. I want a cup and 1/3 of dry white wine. So let's add a cup here. 1.5 to 2.5. And then that's about 1/3 of a cup, right? Yeah, that'll be fine. And then tomato paste and gochujang. I'm going to add the tomato paste and the gochujang in first because that is going to be easier. We have our tomato paste in a little plastic bag here. Yeah, it's just ground beef. Yeah, it is just ground beef, and it's been simmered for hours and is filled with flavor and fat, a lot of fat. That's the thing I was saying a few moments ago about the salt and how I'm not sure where the salinity comes in this, but we'll see. Okay. Tablespoons. I'm not gonna measure these specifically with like tablespoons. I'm just gonna use two big scoops from this spoon, and that's what we'll do here. So, all right, come on back over to the stove. Here we go. Okay, check the camera. All right, we're gonna add our tomato paste. Again, this is just tomato paste was left over. Instead of leaving it in a can, I put it in a plastic bag, and then when I need it, I can just cut the tip of the plastic bag off, and like an icing tube, I just kind of squeeze it out. And there we go. There's our tomato paste. Now, gochujang is next. So we have about 2 tablespoons of that also. It's 1 and 2. So we're going to mix those in. I'm going to mix those in before the liquid. Just to get the mix in there. Ooh, that's a little spicy. I like that. It's going to cook in real nice. Savory, yeah. Cooking for 30 people would be very satisfying because it's just like something like a bolognese. You just kind of like make in a huge pot and then just let it go. Mrs. H, I did say that the recipe said chicken broth. Yes. I don't have any chicken broth though, so we're using vegetable today, which I think will be fine. I have broth that I made that has chicken in it. Or it is a vegetable and chicken broth. But it's frozen and I didn't get it out in time to like finish. So we're adding that broth in there now. Excuse me. And this is gonna, let me stir this in. Okay, so our goal now is to bring this up to basically to a boil, almost to a boil, and then drop it down to a simmer and let it cook. We're going to add to this, in the next 2 hours, we're going to add about 3 cups of milk into this. So this is looking good, really good so far. I'm going to take a spoon and just give a taste to this, but there is some good, there's some really good glistening going on in here. I don't know if that's going to translate. Meat broths are saltier than vegetable ones. Yeah, for sure. And this is, I agree with you. This is in fact a low sodium broth as well. So it's, I want to keep in mind that I feel like I'm going to need to add a little bit of salt to this. I'm not adding any right away, but I'm sort of keeping it in mind that is likely to be true. Okay, let's give this another stir, and we're going to come back over to the counter here. I think for Christmas I'm getting various hot sauces. Yeah. Oh, I love a pot holder. That's cool. If you need cookbook recommendations, does he cook already? I think it's interesting. There's like, I love when you can recommend like a cookbook for someone who's like starting to get into cooking versus someone who's like already into it, because there's very different sort of focuses for both of those those divisions of folks. Okay, so we added. Let's come back over here for a second. It all started with pancetta. It did, Mrs. H. It started with bacon. There's 3 sticks of bacon in here. That was or strips of bacon. That was the base. Okay, so we added the tomato paste, we added the white wine, we added the beef stock. Reduce heat to low and simmer gently, partially covered, skimming occasionally. I guess they want you to get the fat off. Until the sauce is the consistency of a thick soup. So now it's the consistency of a thick soup right now. From time to time, as the sauce simmers, add 2 tablespoons at a time of whole milk. 1.5 cups of whole milk is what the recipe calls for. 3 cups is what we're going to add because this is we are doubling this recipe. So let me measure out 3 cups of milk so I don't end up adding more. I'm not going to measure like 2 tablespoons at a time. So let's just measure this. Okay. I have 2 milks in here. One of them is older than the other. Which one of these is older than the other? This one says sell by 11/19. Okay, we're gonna go with that one. And then we're gonna sniff it. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Neither of them were opened. All right, 3 cups of milk. Hey, the Daisy sub. Daisy was up here just now. She's barking at the door because she wants to go out. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give this bolognese a stir. I'm gonna turn it down. We're gonna cover it, and then I'm gonna let Daisy out because she's asking to go out. And if I don't let her out, she's gonna pee on the floor, which nobody really wants. I hear you. Hold on. I'm coming. I am coming. You can't hear me because you are deaf. Okay. Let me let her out before any of that happens. And okay. I'm leaving this with the spoon just cracked in the lid. Okay. I know. I'm coming. All right. Let me put this milk in the fridge. I don't want it sitting on the counter, but I also don't want to have to like remeasure every time. All right. Let me go let her out. Be right back. she's going to be quick because she's asking to go. So that means that she will be relatively quick. All right, come on, come here. Come on. There you go. Go ahead. She's got it. And off she goes. Oh, yeah. She is out. And bombs away. Good job, Daisy. She was asking for what she wanted. She knew what she needed and got it. Excuse me. Bombs away indeed. And are we done? Pooped. Peed. Coming back in. Very efficient. What an efficient job. Daisy, you must have been holding on to that for a few minutes and asking at the last possible second. That's my guess. Okay. So we are back. The dog has been let out. I'm going to taste this now and see how it is just like right now. That way I have a baseline for like how was it when it started. Hey, there she is. Daisy, look up. What are you doing? Daisy's had digestive issues recently. She was farting a bunch last night. Sorry, Daisy. Maybe that's TMI. But she is not currently allowed to have any additional extracurricular snacks on top of her regular, completely bland diet. She is a cutie. She's a good girl. Daisy is 13 years old, and she is living out her old dog days by being insistent and testy, and that's fine. All right, let's see how this is right now. Excuse me. Oh, he's turning 16. It's old dogs. What kind of dog? Love an old dog. All right, let's see. We're gonna try this. Yeah, like what? Like that needs salt. That needs salt. That needs salt. Why? Like, I don't get it. Am I missing a step where they tell you to add salt to this? No. No, but like this definitely needs salt in it. Salt and MSG. I have MSG. I've never actually cooked with MSG, so I'm a little reluctant to like add MSG to something if I'm not super familiar with it. 16 for a Chihuahua. That is great. The smaller the dog, I feel like, I don't know if this is an accurate statement, but I feel like the smaller the dog, the sort of longer their expected lifespan is. Like big dogs, like huge dogs, Great Danes, Saint Bernards, those types of dogs their lifespan's like 8, whereas like miniature pinchers, Chihuahuas, those types of things, like those dogs are like somewhere in the teens or 20s. Have to add a ton to actually taste it. Interesting. I've never used it before. I have some. I've just literally never used it to cook with. All right. I'm adding, because I'm going to add salt to this because I'm about to add 3 cups of milk to this, which like is not salty. So you got this dog, the Gotcha Day was in 2012. Okay. And you have another one who passed away 2 years ago at 18. Oh my gosh. Yeah, 18's a lot. 18's like small dogs and cats are like you're like 16, 18. Mid-sized dogs, Daisy's age, are like basically 12 to 15 is sort of the expected lifespan. Not to be grim, but yeah, that's way better. That is, wow. Okay, that's kicking. All right, that's significant improvement over the other. Okay, we're just gonna let that roll for a little bit. Let's set a timer for 2 hours so I don't lose track of like just the time. Or how long it's been in there. Okay. So every once in a while, we'll add like a little bit of milk to that. It's not really salty. You have to add a ton to taste it. I mean, I guess I could put some in there. I mentioned it. I saw it yesterday in the cabinet. I forgot that I had it. I got it at Reading Terminal a while ago. And I put it in this container, the one that says MSG, and I forgot about it. So here it is. I'm going to try a little bit of it just as it is itself. That way I'll sort of have a baseline. Yeah, it is never enough, Camille. I totally agree with you. And the weird thing is that when you have another animal after that fact that it has any type of similarities, the urge to like use your, to go back to a name that you've so used to using all the time is kind of, it's so weird. It puts you back. It gives you these like great wild moments of pause too. Oh, why was that not at all the flavor I was expecting? Ooh, that was a journey. Let's do that again with a little bit more. Okay. That's kind of wild. More of that tasted like less. Like the more, like I put a bunch of it in my mouth, and it was like it didn't have as much punch as just that first little bit. Maybe it's because I was expecting it, or maybe I was like, maybe I was already like had it was already there, so it was not whatever. That was wild. That was neat. It's really fun to taste something for the first time. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't that. I broke my tongue. I probably did. Yeah, I needed like a cleanser of some kind. Anyway, yeah, let's put like 2 tablespoons of that in there too. That was good. I also need to refill my salt container. Yeah, I'm thinking if I'd put that much salt in my mouth at once, that would be awful. This is not an appropriate analogy, but it might be one that you're familiar with. It might be like some flavors you're familiar with. I feel like it's the difference between like chili powder and Aleppo pepper. wherein salt is the chili powder, which is just like aggressive and sort of over the top. And Aleppo pepper is like spicy, but it's also just warm and good. That might be the sort of like, oh, one is there, it's just like a little more subtle version of the other. That felt like, yeah, boom, enhanced. Or like they do in the movies, they're just like enhance. We still don't have flying cars yet, and I'm disappointed in society as a whole for that and other reasons. Okay, let's go over to the stove real quick. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to add some of this MSG because it was really good. Nutritional yeast, yes. Yeah, I love nutritional yeast. I'm going to add a tablespoon of this. And we'll see how that settles in. While I'm here, let's also add sort of the first round of our milk to this as well. So it's said about two tablespoons at a time. So we're going to add 4. Because remember, we're doubling our recipe. So if I only add 2 at a time, it's going to take longer. We'll put the tablespoon in there. Stir that in. And we're going to we're going to let this keep on keeping on. And now we're going to start on our gnocchi. Like, formally start on our gnocchi. Now I'm going to put MSG in everything. This is true. This is true. You've calculated exactly what's going to happen here, and you're right. The MSG is now just going to live on the counter, like right there. Okay, the potatoes are warm still? Yes, they are warm. Okay, they're warm, but they're not hot, which is good. I can handle these. Let's go back here. We are making potato gnocchi. While the potatoes are hot, split them lengthwise and scoop out the pulp. Push it through a potato ricer or force through a sieve with the back of a spoon. Okay, so we're gonna put, let me wash my hands. You know, NSG added on my Lowry's and put a bunch in. That's funny, Otto. We had a moment, Mrs. H, of I was like, oh, I have MSG, put that in there. I was adding salt to it. What had happened was I tasted it and was like, why does this recipe not call for any salt? That's weird, and also it doesn't taste very good. It tasted bland, so I added a bunch of salt, and now here we are with the MSG too. All right, so we're gonna cut these, and it says scoop out the pulp. Now, I think step number 1 is if I can't get the pulp to separate from the skins, they're not cooked enough, but that is not the case here. We have skin and pulp separation. I'm just using my hands to do this because, like, why not? I don't need a spoon. It says scoop it out. If I need a spoon, I will use one, but right now I don't think I do. Maybe it would make it easier though for this initial. Oh yeah, shockingly enough. Shockingly enough, the spoon makes it easier. Surprise, surprise. Okay. Well, it's coming out. And the other thing is it's pretty dry. So that's a good thing for gnocchi. Dry is good. Let's cut these potatoes first while I'm in a cutting mood. Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. How to tell the YouTube stream's working. You get chats. All right. We are finished the cutting. No more knife needed. I'm going to turn this down just a little bit. I can hear it and I can see it like really kind of ripping in there. I don't want it to boil. I want it to simmer. The thing with having a high volume of liquid in a cast iron pan is that it doesn't take very much heat to keep it going because the pan retains a ton of heat. So I just turned that down like basically all the way to low. And if it still ends up being a little too much, I will I'll put it on the back on the simmer burner. Have an even lower powered burner on the stove. It's funny. One of the funny thing that happened on the weekend trip that I was just on, a buddy of mine was trying to cook something on the stove, and like the pot was like just quite literally not boiling. Like it never hit a boiling point, and he had it on one of the burners that was like not very high powered. And like moved it to one of the quick boil burner, and like basically immediately it boiled. But it was like he was waiting for it to boil for like 25 minutes on this other burner, and it was just at this like sort of heavy simmer where you get like the bubbles that were, you know, like sort of not light bubbles, but not like thick, heavy boil bubbles. So that was kind of funny. A little bit of a learning moment. Fiona, welcome. Good day. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Happy Friday, Junior. We're definitely making homemade, handmade gnocchi. I am, the potatoes are cooked. So right now where we are at in the process is I have cooked the potatoes. I've read the recipe several times, so I've cooked the potatoes now. We have the Bolognese on the stove. I'm making like a red sort of beef Bolognese to go with this. That is currently simmering, and I don't have anything else to do with that other than add milk to it every so often, maybe every 20 minutes or so. Add like a couple tablespoons of milk, give it a stir, check for seasoning. So we're going full in on the gnocchi process now. This is a this is the tedious bit here. And welcome. You've never had it. You've never had gnocchi or have never made gnocchi. I personally love I would tell you, well, I'll wait for an answer to that one. I love, never ate it or made it. What I would tell you is I have a really good recipe for sheet pan gnocchi. That does not require you to like do what I'm doing, which is make it by hand. I am a big supporter of the store-bought gnocchi that just comes in the dried packets. Like, and you know, folks might not like that. Folks might be like, what's wrong with you? But for like a weeknight dinner, a little bit of that, like those gnocchis just on a sheet pan with some olive oil and butter and tomatoes and like just a couple little things is so good. I love a sheet pan gnocchi meal. It's amazing. It is amazing. Right, but right now we're making the gnocchi by hand because Sheet pan gnocchi does not make for good long form content. Sheet pan gnocchi makes for a very easy stream, a much easier stream than this one. Just as +1 to the prep gnocchi. Totally. Yeah, and there's a bunch of good brands out there, but it's the shelf stable gnocchi that just comes in like the vacuum packs is pretty great. And I would definitely recommend that. I can recommend it, and I do, and I just did, in fact. What a weird way to form this sentence. But these are baked potatoes that have been, they're warm. These are not like room temperature yet. They're still pretty warm, but obviously they are nowhere near what they were when they came out of the oven. They've given up a lot of moisture, so they're pretty dry. So once we add, we're gonna shred these. I'm not sure. We're kind of going back and forth earlier on stream about how to process this. I'm going to try these in the food mill again, but I don't have a ricer. I meant to get one for today, but I didn't. And so if the food mill proves to be really difficult, I'm going to put these into the food processor and basically shove them through the grating hole of the food processor, so that they get sort of pulverized all into the same, roughly the same size and shape. And I may end up doing that. I'm going to try a couple different methods actually to see which one works best. I'm going to try a little bit of each of these methods. And I've made gnocchi the last time, Joe, I looked this up on stream earlier because I was trying to think about what I'd had a lot of trouble using the food mill for something before, and I couldn't remember what it was. And so I looked it up, and it was potato gnocchi. And the last time I made this was on stream, and it was in it was January 6th of 2023. So we are more than 2 years removed from having done this before. So we're going to try it in the food mill again. Friend of the streamer, SP Reborn, earlier said that one of her culinary instructors recommended using a food mill. So I was thinking maybe I just messed it up, or like maybe I don't know, maybe it was a different version of gnocchi too. I'm sure it was. I'm pretty sure it was some other version, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to try the food mill, and if it doesn't work, if it doesn't work basically immediately, I'm going to try some other methods and just see which one works the quickest. Because the last time I made this, it took forever, and I just went with it. I did it in the food mill. I did the whole thing in the food mill, and it took, I remember it was like a nightmare by the time I finished it. Obviously, I used a food mill for mashed taters, and it was great. Excellent. These are a lot less creamy, so that it's hard. Like, the thing is, like, the food mill is for things like applesauce or tomato sauce, things where you have a lot of liquid involved. The whole point of these is that they're really dry. Not the whole point, but one of the facets of good potatoes for gnocchi is that they're very dry. So, I don't know if it like, I think it didn't force it in. It like didn't, either I was using it wrong, or it wasn't, there wasn't enough liquid to like move the stuff through the food mill. And I did not boil these. These are baked, so they're even drier than if I'd boiled them. But we're about to find out, because I am just now finishing with the potato gutting. Okay, so I have a pile of potato skins here. I could fry these if I wanted to. I could do a lot with those. What I'm going to do with them is put them in my bag for for stock. And I have a second stock bag here. So I'm going to shove them in this bag instead. The other bag was pretty full. Now this one's going to be pretty full, and it is absolutely time to make stock again. All right, Calvin is home. My son, he will be probably coming up to say hi for a few moments. So just a heads up, I may be less directly available for interaction as we sort of as he re-enters the house and is here. Calvin says it smells like grilled cheese. Interesting. Well, we're not grilling anything, and there is no cheese out. So, but what could be smelling like grilled cheese in here? Baked potatoes. So I have baked potatoes going on, or rather, potatoes that have been baked. And I have a Bolognese on the stove, which is like a meat sauce. Is this shirt new? It is.
I think I'm smelling the meat sauce.
Yeah. This is a brand new shirt.
What
You
does it say on it?
are the first one to notice my shirt today.
What does it say on it?
Look at you. Look at how happy you are being the first one to notice something. Calvin loves when he's the first one.
hold on.
When he's the first one to notice a haircut, an eyebrow wax, my nails.
I don't usually notice an eyebrow wax.
You don't usually notice an eyebrow wax. That's true. The shirt says
Biology is bigger than binaries.
biology is bigger than binaries.
Like binaries is in like genders.
Yes, like genders. Exactly. Chase, good call with the Bolognese. Yes, to add some milk to that. That is, yes, it's a new shirt. I left the milk over here on the counter. Come on over and let's look at this Bolognese. So, Cal, we're having gnocchi and sauce for dinner
Yeah, that's
tonight.
definitely what I was thinking. It's stronger now that I'm
It smells like sloppy Joe, probably, too. If I'm
It does.
guessing.
Well, what do you mean if you're guessing? You're also right here.
Well, I mean, I'm saying that perhaps to you, it might smell like sloppy Joe as well. I don't know. Give me a break, dude. God. I'm just kidding. Can you give that a stir?
Yep.
Thanks. Just scrape the bottom a little bit and don't be too quick with it or else it'll splash.
Oh.
It's looking good though. It is.
Do you think the milk is stirred in yet?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Looks good. Okay. Mom's home. 2, Mom's going out from 5 to 7, so she's gonna leave here around 4:30 or so.
My
Just FYI.
my English teacher has got a Thanksgiving party today.
Oh, cool.
Turkey, mashed potatoes,
That sounds
all that
great.
stuff. It was only for her class though.
Okay.
It was at lunch.
So did you get to participate or no? Yeah. You found out about the party? We didn't get to.
We didn't tell her.
Yeah.
'Cause then
Hey, I did this fun thing today that you weren't allowed to do. Yeesh. That's kind of annoying. Okay. We're gonna make some potato gnocchi now. That's the goal.
like the potato is the gnocchi.
Yeah.
Is gnocchi a pasta or is it always the potato?
It's potato.
So gnocchi is always potato. Not like always, but like when you make it, it's potato.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I guess you could make gnocchi-sized nuggets of regular pasta.
136 degrees. What does that mean?
Where does it say that? Oh, That's the temperature of my GPU. That's a computer stat.
Oh.
If that goes too hot, my computer slows down.
What's it supposed to be at?
I don't know, somewhere around there. When the computer first turns on, it's at like 105. And then the longer you use the computer and the more your processor is doing, the higher the temperature goes. So if you have a good heat sink on your processor, it takes the heat off of there and reduces the temperature.
The
Say again?
the bus that we take was detoured today.
Oh no.
I had to walk from. I don't know if I can say this.
You had to walk. Got
I had to walk
it. Several extra blocks.
I think. Am I able to say how many blocks I walked?
Yes.
I walked 7 blocks.
7 blocks walk. That's a long walk to get home.
Yeah, usually it's whatever. Usually it's less.
Okay.
I'm not doing that.
Well, I'm glad you're home. Hey, a book for you is ready in the library. Why don't you go pick it up?
Oh, is it the?
I don't know which one it is, but it's over
It's
at the library.
probably the like the sun and the star.
It might be. Go over to the library and pick it up, and then come back.
So,
Okay, we're using the food mill, and that'll work.
I need a library card.
Do you need a card? Yeah.
Okay. Good.
I think this will work because it's coming out.
This is my library card.
Yeah.
Or was it under yours?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, you can check it out. If do you want my library card in case they don't let you for some reason?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was thinking like this is probably.
Well, no, it's reserved because it's reserved. It's just sitting on the shelf, so it's going to be.
Yeah, I know. But yeah.
Like it doesn't. Anyone can grab it, but it's not going to be under my name either. It's like once it hits our library, it doesn't. It's not like associated with a name. Okay. So this seemed to work okay. I'm cautiously moving forward here. I think that maybe the last time I did this, it was user error. That caused it not to work. Because that seems to be coming out. Okay, well, he's off to the library. This is going. So I'm gonna keep doing this and kind of move confidently in this direction. Because the alternative is like pushing it through a sieve by hand. Which I don't really know if I want to do that. So, but this seems to be going. It's not as good, I guess, as like a ricer would be. I don't think this is gonna, I don't think this is, can I adjust this so that it is tighter? Maybe? I'm also just like dumping the potato out in between. So some of this, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. This feels, it's making like a good, the stuff that's in this bowl looks good. Like that's what I want this to look like. So it's working, but I feel like the return on my time is, I feel like this is sort of the same thing that happened last time, where it like mashes it against the bottom, but doesn't really force it through. Because there's no, I don't know, maybe I have to like bear down harder on it or something. Or maybe, can I wonder if I can tighten this. Yes, I know, right? I don't love how this is sort of like not doing the thing. And yeah, I think what happened, last time, there's this idea of like a sunk cost fallacy, right? Wherein this looks good. It's really kind of a tedious process, but like the end result is good. But like, if I don't try something else, like this might be way easier and way quicker. And so we're going to try it. Because if it is easier or quicker, I don't know if easier is even what I'm going for here, honestly. What does one typically use a food mill for? Typically, one would use a food mill for things that have more liquid. Applesauce and pasta sauce are like the first things that come to mind here. Okay, y'all, that was pretty easy. I am taking like quite literally just a handful of potatoes. What else would one use a food mill for? Anyone else used a food mill? What it's supposed to do is take solids out that you don't want. Think apple seeds and skins come to mind primarily. I want all the things here. So the food mill is kind of like a bit of, it's like, it's leaving too much in the mill itself. This happens to be the biggest whole sieve that I own. This is a pasta straining pot, or a pasta strainer that you put in the bottom of a pot. So I'm taking the potato and I'm literally like mashing it with my hand against the side, and it's coming off, and I'm scraping it off into the bowl. And I already have as much as just in that few moments there, I have as much as I did in that food mill in like 5 minutes. So this one, I keep hitting the microphone on the thing. So let's move the microphone so I'm not like, you don't continue to get like clacks. But this sieve is definitely a bit easier here. Cyrus says I use my food mill for jams and things where I don't want texture. Yeah, like it's good for things where, like with a jam where you want maybe some of the solids to come through. Excuse me. But not the seeds. That's like the big thing. Like when you have something that has seeds in it and you don't want the seeds, a food mill is great. For this purpose, the food mill is not, it's like not powerful enough. What I said all along. Yes. No, for sure. This is a bit easier. Excuse me. Broccoli, welcome. Use it for crushing tomatoes. Good usage. Yeah, that's the right thing, where you're just like, I want to like, I don't want the skins, but I want all the other stuff. You're back. Did they have it?
Yep, it was the one I thought it was.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's the new one.
Yeah, it's
Amazing.
the Corn of the Dead.
Okay, amazing. Well, good. You can finish the one that you were on, and then we'll start that one.
Yep.
Cool.
I'll bring it up. Oh, no card.
Thought I had a potato ricer. I don't. And, you know, the last time I thought of using a potato ricer was January 6, 2023. The last time I made gnocchi. Just put it on my purse over there on the counter, please.
January 6th, 2023.
Yeah.
We've definitely had gnocchi since then.
We've had gnocchi since then, but I haven't made it by hand since then.
Oh, okay. I didn't know you were making it by hand.
Yeah. Mrs. H, I hope you have a good rest of your night. Sleep well. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, Velas, I do not have a potato ricer. And I would like one. The ricing's going great, actually. I'm in a good spot. It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. It looks like I've messed up. And the only thing that I really messed up was not getting the ricer that I wanted to this week. Am I going to buy one after this? Probably not. Probably not. Will I learn? No. Yeah, I was thinking about the food processor, but I don't want to kill all of the good starchiness that we've built up. I don't want to like break everything apart. It's coming out well in this mixture. And I'm happy with it. And this is a lot faster than using. It seems faster than using the. Oh, sorry. It seems a lot faster than using the food mill. But time will tell. I'm doing this with my hands as opposed to the back of the spoon because I have just better like feel for what's in there. And I can put more pressure on it. So I'm like getting through it faster, I think is the ultimate end result is I'm able to move quicker just using my hands rather than trying to like bring another tool into this. Okay. But we're a little less, I'm a little less than halfway through here. I'm going to scrape out the inside of my things. I've got some skin and like solid buildup in here. Just toss that back in the bowl for now. Now, sub question though, we'll try this now. Would it actually be easier with a spoon? Y'all are going to be shocked to learn that using a tool enhances it. You're going to be shocked that doing what the recipe says makes it slightly quicker. Who knew? Who knew? Well, yes, that was easier. What lessons will I learn out of this? None. None. Well, anyway, the end result is that this potato looks great. Like, this is exactly what it should look like, and I feel good about it. Okay, we're gonna take a quick pause, not for any like official break purposes, but I wanna stir the bolognese again because we're 40 minutes into that bolognese. I want to add a little bit more milk. I want to stir it, and the actual gnocchi shaping, I feel like, is not going to be as tedious, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. This is looking good though, and I think I'm happy with it. It's slow going, but it is going, and that's the important part. And we have a process now that, while slow, is moving quicker than my original process. All right, come on over to the stove here. Take a look at this bolognese. We're doing good. It's looking good. I'm gonna add 1, 2, 3, 4. I put my tablespoon into the sink. Both my tablespoons are in the sink now, so I'm sort of, we're measuring by eye here at this point. Add a little bit more than that. Perfect. Okay. So this is simmering and cooking. It's simmering pretty low. I want to turn it up. I'm trying to find like the right perfect sweet spot for this because a little bit ago it was bubbling too much, and now I feel like it's not maybe simmering enough. So I'm going to take it and give this a try though. It's a little liquidy. So eventually we're going to end up adding all of this milk, and then it's going to simmer for a little longer. Fuck. That is so good. Oh my God. Okay. That is so good. It definitely does not need any more salt or MSG. I think we're pretty set on that. So we're gonna keep on keeping on with the gnocchi process. So what we've settled on with the gnocchi is that the sieve works well. The reason that I'm not doing this from the reason I'm doing this from the side, by the way, is that the side, I'll show you a clean side. The side has the largest sort of surface area for sieve. I would do it on the bottom, but what would happen on the bottom is it would get stuck in the inside of these things. It would get stuck underneath of this little center stabilizing thing. So I'm doing it on the part of the sieve that has the largest surface area. 1. 2, why am I using this? Because all of my other sieves are much tighter weave. This is the one that is most like, this has the largest holes. The one with the largest holes is my colander, but like those are big. So we're using a tool, not necessarily in the way that it's supposed to be.
Oh, thank you. This is beyond anything I've ever dreamed of.
What the fuck was that sound? Jane, thank you. Jane, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate you. I am deeply curious about what that sound was that just played, because I have to tell you pretty definitively that that was not the sound that I set up. Oh no, it is. It is. Oh wait, I set that up. Where did that sound come from? Oh, that sound came from... Got it. Okay. Never mind. Sorry. I set that sound up in Stream Elements. It's the actual gifted sub alert sound. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate you. No, I see what had happened was I saw the thing that said hype train first. And there's a sound that's supposed to play when a hype train starts, which is like a train sound. I didn't hear that. Maybe it played. I forgot, because I only recently added it, that I also set up a sound in Stream Elements totally separate from StreamerBot, which is where most of my sounds are managed. So.
Cyborg Josh said here we have a streamer in his natural habitat, but still exhibiting confusion.
Yes. Cyber, thank you for the two. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the David Attenborough voice, fellows. Thank you. Ed, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you. We see what happens is I do things and I forget that I do them, and then I'm really surprised when the sound comes on, and I'm like, where did that sound come from? And I'm like, oh, I did that. Well, I didn't do it, but I added it. I added it because I could. Oh my God, I'm a mess today, y'all. Not really. I'm still coming to terms with the fact that I had put on my calendar to go buy a ricer, that I put on my to-do list to go buy a ricer, and I literally just didn't do it. And then I didn't think about it until I was reading the recipe live on stream. I forgot all about it. Mainly because I was like, I didn't look at my to-do list today at all, because I thought it was all in my head. I did all the things on it except the ricer, because that involved leaving the house, which I did not do. Y'all, thank you for the bits. Thank you for the subs, Jane. I appreciate y'all. We love a little hype train, and I'm thankful for y'all just hanging out and watching and enjoying whatever this happens, whatever this is, because it's something. Something's happening here. We're making gnocchi. Ultimately, we're going to end up with a big old pot of gnocchi, and it's going to be really satisfying, and I'm going to be really happy with it. And what happens in between now and then is who knows? Who knows? Tundrella, I applaud you for being so early. Do you lack the self-control is not the right word. Do you lack the patience to wait to open things like that? Speaking as someone who buys gifts for people in like Christmas gifts for people in like April, and I don't mean late Christmas gifts, I mean early Christmas gifts. I have all the patience in the world for that kind of thing. I'm generally very good at waiting out the gift process till it's completely naturally concluded. Okay. Taters going in here. You know, I didn't think that maybe I could just put another pot on. No, that wouldn't work either. Never mind. Sorry, just having a thought out loud and then realizing it wouldn't work. I was thinking about taking the pot that this sieve goes in, and I'm like, oh, I could just put the pot that this goes in the sieve and smash things through. No, I can't. It doesn't work like that. The sieve goes in the other pot, not the other way around. Silly. I also don't actually care if I stretch and ruin this sieve for like pasta purposes, because that's not what I've never used this for pasta cooking purposes. Jane, thank you for the gifted subs, kicking that one off. Appreciate you. I could try a bigger spoon. You know, Cyber, be right more. Try to be right. Try to be more right. I dare you. I dare you. I could have ordered the ricer. I could have ordered the ricer that I found on Instacart. It would have been here an hour ago. I could have done that too. I will try a bigger spoon actually, because while we're experimenting, why not? I do have a bigger spoon. I'll use the metal the metal like cooking spoon that I have. We'll see if that works. Probably does. I'm sure it does. What, more surface area? No, that would never help with this process. It only got better when I added surface area for my hands to a spoon. Why wouldn't that work a second time? You know I'm just kidding. I appreciate the suggestions. There's a difference, y'all. There is a difference between backseating and giving like tangentially helpful advice. Okay? Like backseating would be like, I don't know. Backseating in this context, I don't know really what that would look like. It would probably be like, you should stop what you're doing and like try something different when I'm like 3/4 of the way through. Or like suggesting something that I've already said I don't have. Like, why don't you use a ricer for that? You want to see me get mad? Suggest that I use a ricer. One of you who's been in chat for more than an hour. Here comes the first time chatter. Just popped in. How come you're not using a ricer? Just kidding. We love first time chatters here. Robbie. Ducks. Quack. Yeah. See, but knowing you IRL, I also am. Why don't you use a ricer? Fuck all of you. I'm sick of your shit. We're turning this into a Joe Adultman only stream, and Joe can enjoy watching Joe's gnocchi get made. Oh God. Oh God. I have no idea what I'm doing. Quick, finish before they see us. It's hideous. John, welcome. John. No, nobody tell John what tool we're not using. See if John can guess what tool I'm supposed to be using here. Chrono, hello. Joe says works for me. Listen, Joe, if I could send you gnocchi, I totally would. Sorry, work 90% of the time. Blind. John, thank you for bringing friends through. We are making gnocchi today. It is happening. Where's my ricer? Seriously, I know. I don't have one. The last time I went to use one, Cyber, I'll tell you. The big spoon is nice. I can't get as much pressure on it as I can the smaller spoon. I feel like it's slower because I can't, it's like unwieldy. It's like coming out the back here. You Pen Gamer, welcome. I see potatoes. I can't look away. I know. You probably should. This is going. It's happening. It is happening. And it's happening a lot faster than it did earlier when I was trying to use the food mill for this. Anyway, we're almost finished with this part of the process, which is like this is step 2 in the process of making gnocchi. Yes. See, what had happened is I don't have a ricer, and every time I think about it is the literal moment that I need it. So I don't have one. And the next time I think about it, I will probably come to the same conclusion. You heading out?
Yeah.
Have fun.
I'm going to be a businessman.
You going? Oh, you look professional. Shit.
Do I look like a businessman?
You look like a fucking ruthless business ass lady.
I am.
Look at this. Tell Gwen how
You
business.
didn't even get the full effect.
Tell Gwen how business professional she looks. She's going to a networking event. A networking event.
A sit-down dinner.
A sit-down dinner.
Yes, with the top.
Yeah, okay. I got
The
you.
top minds of my field.
Looking fab. I agree. Cute fit.
I'm probably going to be the only female, so.
You are going to be the only female. Yeah. Well, you and Kathleen just know that you already do that job better than everyone else in the room. I do not want a sour skittle, thank you though. Meat grinder. A meat grinder would work. I do not have one of those either. I do not have anything that would do this well other than the food processor. And I was worried that the food processor wouldn't be enough. Like the holes in it would be too large. This is working, albeit slowly. This batch of potatoes that's in here is the last portion though. So like, just so we're clear, the finish line is within reach. The finish line is within reach. John, I understand if you are heading out, by the way, BT dub. I'm guessing there's probably some cleanup happening. One ricer, please. Yes. All I want for Christmas is a ricer and a larger mixer. I do have a throne list. I really want to finish what I'm doing, y'all. I do, because and then I'm gonna then I'm gonna stop what I'm doing and do the next thing, and then eventually stream will just end. No, seriously though. In a moment, I will stop and say a proper hello, and I appreciate friends who are coming through. I want to say before I do that follows are silent here. So if you're like, hey, who's this person that we've just encountered who's mashing potatoes through the side of a pasta strainer? That looks interesting, but I feel unsure about following. You can hit the follow button and there's no noise, there's no chat alerts, there's no sounds, and I won't say hi to you until you say your piece in chat. Or don't. We love lurkers here too. So, yeah, I don't want to use a food processor because this is just like... A food processor feels like too much. This is like... It's tedious, it's faster than the food mill, and it's probably the only real option here, other than the food mill, which we know is even more tedious than what I'm doing, because I already tried it on stream. Would it really matter if it was sticky? I mean, I don't know a lot about starches and that type of thing. I know that it will basically break the cell structure more than what I'm doing, so they may not stick together as much. That's my understanding. It's if you process it too much, then it does not get it doesn't have as much glue, essentially. I am doing, the recipe said, use a ricer or push it through the bottom of a sieve with a spoon. So we're doing the spoon method, which is slower. And if I'm being honest, it's not very rewarding. It will be eventually, once this turns into gnocchi and not a giant bowl of potato slivers. Potato rice? Riced potato? Yeah, cleaning this thing's going to be fun. You know what I'm going to do? This is going to be a let it soak problem. Okay, we have a very little bit of potato left in here. There's some skins and solids kicking around. I keep scraping the inside of this, but we're on to the last minute or two of the gnocchi, the potato extraction. So thank you for bearing with me. This is the perhaps interesting, but most likely not part of the stream. Not that I claim any of it is genuinely that interesting, but maybe it's amusing. I don't know. I don't know. I hope so. I hope so. Friends who are hanging out here, John is a good friend of the stream. John is a fellow food and drink streamer, does other types of streams as well, primarily food and drink. And I know John's done some IRL stuff before, so let's not pigeonhole. John is also a someone I've met in real life, an actually, John is IRL as you perceive him on stream, both friendly and engaging, and I encourage you to please go follow Chef John if you have not already. I know many of you very likely do. However, if you don't, now or a few minutes ago would be the time. Okay, we're gonna put that in the sink. I am going to wash my hands. We're going to take a look at this Bolognese. And then we're going to take a look at the Bolognese. We're going to add a little bit of milk to it. And then we're going to come back. I will, and then we'll get started on the actual making of the gnocchi. The one thing that I need to do is put a pot of water on the stove, because they want you to like mix in the flour and the salt and the other ingredients, and then they want you to test it for consistency before you go ahead and like shape all of them, which like super smart, and I appreciate that type of diligence. However, this is also this sort of thing where I'm like, let me put a pot of water on the stove. What I'm going to do is two things. One, I'm going to put a large pot on the stove, and I'm also going to put a much smaller pot, because this pot is going to take a while to boil. This is going to be the one that I will cook my gnocchi in, like the actual gnocchi, the formal, like, hey, we're cooking now. And the other one is going to be for our test version. So let's get the test version on the stove, because that one can just get heated up much quicker than the other one. And then I'll put the other pot on in just a moment. All right, I'm going to move my pile of cast iron pans off of the stove. We're going to put this pot on the quick boil burner now. I'm going to fill the other one also now. And then we're going to, and then we're going to, I want to do that. Then we'll start the actual gnocchi making process with all of the actual like ingredients and such like that. I also want to salt the pasta water. Let's not forget to salt our pasta water. A little bit of this iodized salt, not too much. I have this tendency to like really over salt my pasta water. However, one thing to note, if you're making pasta from a box, hold on one sec. I'm trying to have two thoughts. I'm trying to have multiple thoughts at once here, actually. And I'm trying to hold like two things in my head, which, good luck. Okay, first, let's put this on the stove. We're going to put this on the back burner. It's a simmer burner. That's not where it's going to live, but it's fine there. Okay. Let's come back. All right, our Bolognese has an hour left on it. We're an hour in, an hour to go. What was the point I was trying to make? Right. Salted pasta water. If you are making pasta, you always want to salt your water. However, when you are making dry pasta, you need more, However, when you're making fresh pasta, so think like fresh made pasta that you've rolled at home, gnocchi, anything that's cooking really quickly, you need you need more salt. If you're making fresh pasta, you need more salt in your water because it's going to be in the water for less time. So it's absorbing, it needs to absorb less of that water to fully cook. So if you want the same amount of salinity, you want to have more salt to start with in your water. If you're using dry pasta and it's absorbing a lot of water, you don't have to put as much in because it will absorb more of that water and thus more of the salt. So a little bit of kitchen advice for you. Now that that's out of the way, we're about to start making some gnocchi. Before I do that, let me introduce. First off, let me scroll back up and like see if I missed anything. Yeah, we established definitely don't want to use a blender, don't want to use a food processor. It probably turn into rubber balls, which wouldn't be bad, but it wouldn't be like pillowy, this sort of like fall apart, pillowy, soft thing that you want. Also, you could like pan fry these in butter and they'd probably be super good too. What's this bouncy gnocchi mean? It would just be like a really sticky, sort of like a mochi texture as opposed to like a bite into it and it's like that pillowy sort of potato. To test it out, fellas, I would love to, but I don't want to make things, I don't want to extend things too much further. Because you know what would happen if I would do that? I'd get like into it. It would be an hour and we'd have like 4 gnocchi in a pot of water. So yes, John, I mean it. I appreciate you. And I appreciate you bringing friends over. Digging out a duck from the freezer for Sunday. Well, I hope it wasn't trying to escape still. One of my cats got in the back of a cabinet today and I had to like literally pull him out by the neck. He like, the fuck. Okay. Some weird thing with potatoes. It's not that weird. It's just gnocchi. Okay. Friends who joined us in the past couple minutes, it's nice to have you. Welcome in. I did not introduce myself when you all arrived because I was I was like in a fugue state of extracting potatoes. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I'm a dad. I live in Philadelphia, down in the city of Philadelphia, East Coast, United States. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm happy to have you here. We do a lot of cooking on stream. It's all about cooking. There's a lot of chatting. I get sidetracked quite often. Mostly vegetable stuff. We do some baking. We do cookies at least once a month. We also go IRL out in the world sometimes in Philadelphia, like I said, where I live. Mostly food-centric stuff, but sometimes it's just to go for a walk or to see something interesting. So probably about 80% of my streams are right here in the kitchen. The other 20 are out in, the other night. Then there's 19% that are IRL, and then there's like 1% that are like just chatting, building Legos, literally chatting, whatever. Our community is pretty culinarily enthusiastic. Most folks are pretty kind. A lot of us are kind of weird. There's a good bit of innuendo on the channel. So like, if you're not into that, sorry. And we generally maintain a good space for lurkers here. So if you like to just hang out and chill, just know that like I'm never going to address folks who are in chat but aren't chatting. I'm never going to call people out for hanging out in chat and just not chatting, because that's how I like to experience the internet. That's how I like to experience Twitch. Sorry. Anyway, it's nice to have you. Like I mentioned, follows are silent. So if you're like, oh, okay, that sounds interesting and I'm into that kind of thing, you can hit the follow button and continue to lurk. Nobody's going to say anything. You will not be acknowledged. We appreciate John for coming through. Kathy, gotta go add the kale to my bean stew. Enjoy your bean stew. Kale and bean stew is like classic November dish. I love that. Try to recreate what they could for each other. Chinese immigrants, just like most Italian food, isn't really Italian. When Italians came, they had to adjust the recipes. Yeah, because ingredients aren't the same here. Shocking. From famine to abundance. Isn't that nice? All right, okay, here's here's what we're doing. Pause. I didn't address what I was doing. You came in, you met me at a weird time. Anyway, we're making gnocchi today. The gnocchi is from this cookbook. It is The Joy of Cooking. I got this recently. I was waiting for this book to come into my life instead of buying it brand new for myself. It did over this past weekend. I found it at like a curio shop in upstate New York. It was the person who was the owner of the shop. It was her cookbook. She told me that the only recipe that she really enjoyed making out of this book, because she was not an enthusiastic cook, was a Bolognese sauce, this ragu Bolognese that I'm making. It's on the stove right here. I'm going to show it to you in a second. I'm also making the potato gnocchi out of this book today. The potato gnocchi is a meal redeem. It's quite literally the first, I say redeem, it's not really a meal redeem. During September, we had a promotion where if you gifted the tiers of subs, if you hit 25 gifted subs, I would make a meal that you suggested. We had someone hit that, so I am making gnocchi today for Joe Adultman, who is in chat. Also, a streamer, a Twitch streamer. Joe's great. Joe streams games, not necessarily like video games. Joe's also a game developer. So Joe's like in the sort of the gaming world, but streams a lot of non-video game content. So not like tabletop RPGs, more like really complex like Sudokus, crossword puzzles. Joe, feel free to say the types of things that you do. I know we don't usually do like self-promotion, but I'm literally talking about it, and I don't always have the words for the right kind of games that I know that you do. And I find Joe's channel really interesting to watch because it's like stuff that I find exceedingly challenging to do. Let's look at this Bolognese real quick. I'm going to come over to the stove. We spent more than enough time with me. Fair. Understood, Joe. Well, I'm gonna say it at least one more time during the course of this stream, probably at the end. But understood. All right, this is a Bolognese. This has quite a bit of things in it. It has bacon instead of pancetta. It has beef. It has onions, carrots, celery, white wine, and it has tomato paste and gochujang. So instead of tomato paste, I did half paste, half gochujang in here. What I'm doing now is just simmering this on the stove. It's been on here about an hour, and I'm adding milk to this. So the recipe calls for milk, and it calls for adding it slowly over the course of time. So that's what we're doing. We're adding milk. We're stirring. We're continuing to simmer. It also says to strain it or to skim the fat off the top, but I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I don't want to do that. I kind of love when there's like a little bit of fat buildup in my sauce. Not only is it tasty, which it is, but I think it helps. I mean, I know that it's tasty. I know that it helps the fat also, or it helps the sauce also stick to the pasta a little bit. So I'm opting to not strain it. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's getting better. Y'all, if you didn't know, we also have a YouTube channel. There's a link to that in chat. If you are into that, we also live stream we multi-stream to YouTube, both vertical and horizontal. And when we take ad breaks on Twitch, which we're not doing as much of today, there are no ads on YouTube. Okay. It's Bolognese. It is, of course, made with bologna. Not true. Not true. Okay, we are into the gnocchi. It should be about 2 2/3 packed cups. Combine the potatoes in a bowl with 1 1/3 cups of all-purpose flour and 2 teaspoons salt. So I doubled this recipe. So I am going to I'm going to add flour to this. Yeah, I'm going to add. I doubled the recipe, but also, oh shit, I don't have the number on the bottom of this bowl. Come on, damn it. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to weigh. Do I want to weigh this? No, 2 2/3 packed cups. How many cups would I? How many cups do you think this is probably? I don't know. I actually want to. I also don't usually do this, but I want to measure out how much potato I have in here because I want the ratio to be right. I don't want to guess at the flour. So we're gonna measure out how many cups I have. Oh, hold on. We can also do a weight here. DJ Car Player, welcome. Is the potato cold? It is room temperature. It is room temperature currently. So I'm gonna measure this. I already put it through the strainer. So I'm not doing like completely packed cups. So that's 2 and about 2/3. Yeah, okay. This is good. This is fine. I don't need to keep going here. I just didn't have a concept of like how much a cup of riced potatoes looked like. And now I do. Okay, we're adding flour. How much flour? For each recipe. So for a single recipe, I'm adding 1 1/3 a cup of flour. So for this recipe, I will be adding 2 2/3 of a cup of flour. Between the 1880s and the 1920s, there was a big wave of Italian immigration, Carl says. I'm familiar. That is when a portion of my family arrived with that group. All right, so we have 1, 2, and 2/3 cup. A little more than a half, a little less than 3/4. Got it. Yeah, I think there was something about having Italian folks in the family allows you to get some sort of like default citizenship too, I believe. I know I've heard of this, but I haven't looked into it. So 2 teaspoons of salt, because again, we're doubling our recipe. The recipe calls for freshly grated or ground nutmeg, which is fascinating, but I am going to go with it because I'm following the recipe today. That's what we're doing. So it calls for a 1/4 teaspoon, which means I want to add about a 1/2 teaspoon, which is about that. Okay. Stir vigorously, it says. Stir vigorously. That's not a direction you usually see, which is fascinating to me after they were super explicit about that, like taking care not to you know, how to basically how to like process the potatoes. Stir vigorously is an interesting note. I'm adding, sorry, not adding. I'm taking a moment here. I had some things that I took out of the cabinet to go to get the to get something out earlier, and they're just sitting here on the floor, and I'm just taking a moment to put them back in. Okay. You can tell them any dish using tomatoes is not traditional. It is funny, and there's very different foodways between like northern and southern Italy, between like the mountain region and like the you know, the ocean. It is there are very different dishes. Okay, I'm gonna fold in this flour as best I can, and then then I will stir this a little bit more vigorously. No egg yolk. No yolk. That's all that it calls for, is those 3 ingredients: flour, salt, and nutmeg. Well, 4, I guess, with the potato. But no yolk. I'm using I am choosing to trust the recipe that I have, because this particular cookbook has been around for a long time. Lots of people use it. It's been tested, and tested again. And while I have never made this particular gnocchi recipe, I also know that if it didn't work, at some point, someone would probably have changed something about it, because the book was first published in 1974, and it was updated. This version I have is from 1997. So it's old, but I'm not using the oldest version of it. So there's that. Okay, I want to stir the, hold on. Stir vigorously, then turn out onto a work surface and knead until smooth and blended. Knead until smooth and blended. I like that. Okay, so I'm going to choose to not necessarily stir this vigorously, but knowing that I'm going to knead this, I am going to use my hands here and kind of stir with my hands, as it were. You ever watch Pasta Grannies on Instagram? It's kind of like that. Not Trick says, tell them your favorite Italian food is Olive Garden. When you're here, your family. And if you're here with your family, hopefully, I don't know where I was going with that. Never mind. Welcome in. Uncommon. Hello. Go Gnocchi. Fellas on YouTube, you were funny. The egg whites would be the binding agent. They are. This is, I mean, as I'm sort of stirring / kneading this to start with, it's starting to come together. So I'm gonna get my my baking sheet out. I'm gonna do 2 things. 1, I'm gonna wash my hands. 3 things, I suppose. So wash my hands, then get my baking sheet out, and then I'm going to get a little cup of flour, because I want this to be easy without having to dip into my flour container. So I'm gonna get the baking sheet out, because I don't want to knead this on the counter. I'd rather knead this on the baking sheet. So here's how we're gonna do this. So if you've seen Pasta Grannies, Velas, you watch Pasta Grannies. I love Pasta Grannies. You can't mess with the Pasta Grannies. They must be cherished. Okay, wash my hands. I got a baking sheet out. I'm gonna get a little, like a cup of flour here, or not a cup, but I'm gonna get like a half pint container that I can just dip and get flour into, and then we'll, just get rid of this flour at the end because it's going to be sort of dirty / whatever. Do I have a wine rack on the wall to my right? I do. Are you seeing the reflection in the microwave? It's good eyes. Good eyes. What was the other thing I wanted to do? That was it. Enjoy the gnocchi. Kathy, thank you. Enjoy your dinner too. I hope so. It's funny, Trig, because I don't drink. And there's what's in that wine rack right now is just jars, like glass. It's just filled with like glass stuff. It's kind of funny. It's like there's no wine in there. There's no wine in it at all. Carl, I see your food lovers definition. We're gonna do that in just a minute here. I wanna finish this part. I want to finish this gnocchi part. Okay, so we have stir and knead until smooth and blended. Okay, bring 3 to water together, roll about 2 tablespoons of the dough, cut into pieces, roll each piece against a tiny fork. Okay, so we're basically gonna shape this. We're gonna knead this dough. Come on over here for this view. Fellas, I appreciate the lurk on the channel too, because watch time on YouTube is important towards getting a monetized channel. And I keep saying that the channel's not monetized, but like it's not monetized because I haven't gotten there yet. Doesn't mean I don't want to. Trust me. If I could play ads on YouTube, I fucking would. Callie. Hold on. Sorry, I just had to bellow up. I had to bellow upstairs because my dog is... Oh, wait, that's the wrong camera. Hold on. I don't want to do that. I want to do overhead. Okay, there we go. Koopy, welcome in. Hey, I was lurking on your stream. I think it was Monday night. It was recently. I was hanging out for a little bit. No karaoke this time, but it was a good vibe. She's at the door. One thing about me is I'm a lurker, and I don't know. I feel I need to just say hi more. That's what I need to do. What I need to do, and I'm saying need because like I want to do this, not because I feel like I should. I would like to be able to just say hi and like be like, hello, I'm appreciating what you're doing. Because I love when people do that here. I don't feel the need to like compel them to chat the whole time.
Davey, did you just go to the bathroom in the basement?
Anyway, we are making gnocchi today. What am I looking for here? Knead until smooth and blended. Smooth. Interesting. Okay. I'm just adding a little bit of flour to here because I know with pasta it's feeling a bit wet. Like this is still tacky, pretty tacky.
Dave, come on, go.
So I'm also collecting all of the flour that I've got on the pan, the mat here. There we go. So this is a lot. This ball of gnocchi, by the way, according to the recipe, is supposed to make about 160 gnocchis, which is a lot of gnocchi. The only tacky thing you'll see on this stream. Yeah, that and occasionally whatever horrible shirt it is I'm wearing. Today's shirt is not tacky. I like today's shirt. I'm a big fan of today's shirt. I just got it. It's brand new. Okay, we're getting there here. This is still really pretty tacky, but it's getting smooth. and I'm sprinkling bits of flour over here because I have more. It feels like I have a lot more dough. All right, this I think I had more potato in here than the ratio of the recipe called for. Just judging by like what I was looking at when I was sort of kind of measuring it out. So that's where my head's at. Why I keep adding flour to it. It's getting there. It's pretty smooth. Starting to be pretty smooth in some spots. I don't know how long you're really supposed to need this for, though. That's the other thing. Is like, you know, I'm not positive what this is supposed to feel like at the end. I know that in general, when I'm making pasta, like flour pasta, it's supposed to feel really pretty smooth. So I'm trying to get to the point where it feels sort of like flour pasta, which it doesn't quite yet. It still feels a lot like bread dough. So we're working this. It's coming along though. Thank you. Now I put about a half a cup of flour in here, by the way. So I'm being pretty liberal in life in general at this point, but also on how much flour I'm adding to this dough. We're getting there. It's feeling better. It's feeling less sticky and more, it's feeling sort of less sticky overall. It's a big ball, too. All right. There's a lot of liberal going on here. All right. We're just getting up the flour from the mat instead of sprinkling more on. And this is looking good. So I would say this is almost there. One or two more goings around. Basically where it splits apart here, right? So I just like press this in and it's split. That is still kind of sticky. When that part is not super sticky, when it splits like that on a pasta dough, that means it's like pretty much finished. So that's where I'm making my evaluation here is what is the texture like when it's splitting open. That's just a bit of like what I'm actually trying to feel is like this part right here on the inside where it's come open and hasn't seen a sprinkle or two of flour in a little while. Neil, welcome in. Now, what we're going to do next is we're going to test this. We're going to take a little pinch of this and put it in the small hot pot of water that I have on the stove. I'm going to cook it, and then we're going to taste it and see what the texture is like. Also the taste. Now, the taste is mostly going to come from the Bolognese that I'm making. So it's a bit of, if the gnocchi I just want the gnocchi to stick together and and be pillowy and not like super gummy. Now, if it is super gummy, I can't do anything about that at this point. So, this is not like pasta. It is a bit, this is potato. I mean, what's in here is potato. And
Potatoes.
potato, flour, salt, and nutmeg. And that's it. So, all right, this is, we're about there. We're about there. As I'm getting all of this going on, it is looking good. And I'm picking up the flour on the mat when I'm doing this. This isn't just for fun. Although admittedly it is very fun. Here, catch. Neil, welcome. Neil, the last time I made potato gnocchi was January 6th, 2023. I know this definitively because I posted about it on Instagram. Tex, welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good afternoon. We're moving through some gnocchi today. We are almost to the point where we can shape the gnocchi. So the shaping, I think, should, if you've hung out here before, you are aware that I love a process. I love anything that I can just get into and do everything at once. So I think the shaping will be fun. Okay, this is ready to go. So it is smooth, relatively smooth. There's the bottom. Smooth and not super sticky. Like, it's not, when you sort of break this part open, it's tacky, but it's not, it's tacky, but it's not, it doesn't like stick to your hands completely. Now, my hands are very floured at this moment, so I'm gonna do one more round with this little flour, a little bit of flour that I have, and then we're gonna pop back out to try some of this. Try it, meaning I'm gonna pinch a little bit off, we're gonna cook it, and if it cooks up right, we're gonna be good. If it's too sticky when it's cooked, that means that we're going to need to add more flour. So that's why I'm not being hesitant, and like I'm not being hesitant at all about adding flour to it now. Okay, so we're going to take about 2 tablespoons of this dough. I'm going to roll it out into a cylinder about 3/4 inches wide. And now my mat here is kind of floured pretty nicely. I mean, it's not like there's no standing flour on here, but it's still pretty nicely floured. Okay, and we're going to take our, where is my bench scraper? There it is. I knew I cleaned it earlier. I cleaned it for a reason. Now I have somewhere in here, I have a gnocchi board, like one of those little boards for this. Just give me a second, because I actually think that it's in this cabinet, in this box. It is, or it isn't. There's really there's no other than those 2 options now, is there? Thought it was, and guess it's not. Okay, well that's good. Well, let's see if I can see it see if I can look in the drawer again. If it's not in the drawer, we're just going to do these with a fork. It's not a big deal. I'd rather have the little board because it's easier from a process perspective, but from a do I need this thing, it's not the same level as like not having the ricer. I'm just looking here a little closer. No. What about this drawer? No. Where else? Where else would this be? Not in the kitchen. That's where it would be. If it's anywhere else, it's going to be in the basement. So we're not going to the basement. No, we are not. Okay, that's fine. Coming back over here, we're going to cut this up into 3/4 inches wide, cut pieces into 3/4 inches long. Great. So we're just going to cut this into like little pieces. And I should have floured this before. Now they're going to kind of go everywhere, but I'm going to toss these with a little bit of flour. And all we're going to do with these is Manipulate them about a little bit. And then I'm going to take a fork and just roll them. Am I going to roll them? Yeah, I'm just going to roll them under a fork from the long end, like that. And you don't even really need to do this part of the process. You're just adding, what you're doing when you're doing this is just giving a place for the sauce to go. Like for the actual sauce to stick to, because otherwise they're not really, otherwise you can just cook them as they are. When you get them from the dry packets in the store, they don't really look like the ones that I'm making here. They look more uniform. Quite a bit more uniform, in fact. Okay, so here's our first like test batch of gnocchis. All right, they're small, pretty good looking though. A gnocchi. All right, we're gonna leave off over at the counter here. I'm gonna wash my hands real quick. So here's what we're gonna do. We have a little bit left. I'm going to drop these gnocchi into the pot of water. We're going to cook those for about 3 or so minutes, basically until they float. I am then going to try them and see if they work. If they work and they're good and not super gelatinous, not super sticky, then we can move on to the rolling. Before we actually move on to the rolling, and if they don't work, we're going to add some more flour and try. I'm not going to test them a second time, because here's the thing. I think they'll work. I think they'll be fine. I think if they do end up being a little sticky, then I'll know that, and I will add, I'll add the amount of flour that it says in the recipe and move on from there. Okay, so we're going to do that next. So let's come on over to the stove. We have our camera over here. I have my pot ready. It's boiling. It's going to be boiling in a second again. Drop the gnocchi into some water and cook until they float about 2 minutes. They should hold a firm shape and be chewy to the bite. If they turn out slimy and soft, need more flour into the dough. They don't look that sticky. No, these are also like, they're going pretty well. So I'm happy with how these turned out in terms of their texture right now. Let's drop these in. And this pot is on high, so it's on full. It's ready to go. Oh, I dropped one down there. It's going to burn. It doesn't matter. I dropped one on the floor. That one doesn't matter either. Okay, cool. 2-minute timer. Done. Okay. Before that one dries out and lights itself on fire, let's get some chopsticks and just get that out of there. There we go. You can go in. You were just on the stove. Okay. So what we're going to do is let these boil. They should float, and then they should be pretty much ready to go. I'm not going to put any sauce on them right now because they're... yeah, because I'm not. It's not what I'm tasting for right now. So, all right, these have been in here for a minute and 20 seconds. They are floating. I want them to cook a little further than that, I think. But let's get one out. Get one. We'll test that one right now. Oof, that's so good. Chewy to the bite. If they turn out slimy and soft. Okay, so I'm going to let these cook It said 2 minutes. That one was a little until they float. Okay, so these are floating. So according to the recipe, these should be done because they have floated, right? Let me turn this down just a little bit. Okay, now I'm back over here to the counter. These are completely cooked. They look pretty good. Timer's going off. They look pretty good. They taste good. Now, it tastes really good. Actually, I like the salt. The salt in there is good. I am going to add a little bit more flour to these because they are. I hate the word slimy. They have a texture. They have a film around the outside of them, for lack of a better term. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a look at this bolognese because I need to stir it. I'm going to add some more milk. I'm going to take a look at the bolognese. We're going to add some more flour to this dough ball and knead that in. And then I'm going to take a little break before we shape all of these gnocchi. The gnocchi shaping is going to be sort of the last. Wait, I didn't turn the camera on the stove. I'm about to talk about the bolognese. You can't even see shit. All right, there it is. Hey, this is a bolognese. It is. I'm going to stir in some more of this. Stir in some more of this milk. So according to my timer, this has been on here for 1 hour and 45 minutes. So this is looking great right now. It is liquidy, so I want to I'm going to leave the top off of it now, like for the rest of the stream. I'm also going to turn it up a little bit because I want that to reduce some more. The goal is to have this looking, what does the book say? The book says this should look like a consistency of a thick soup. And so we're almost there. We're like 45 minutes to 1 hour away from this being a thick soup consistency. I'm going to add the rest of the milk now. There. Okay. Now we're done. We're done. We've added all the milk that we're going to add to this. And we're going to move on. So this is now as liquidy as it's going to get. And the goal is to just let this simmer and thicken for the rest of the stream. If I really, really, really wanted to be intentional, not making like the best bolognese I could possibly make, I would probably do what the recipe says and let that sit for 24 hours in the refrigerator so that it was thickened even more. Okay. Jamie, it does look very tasty, and I want to confirm that for you now, because I'm basically like, from here we're only reducing. I'm not adding anything to it, so everything that's in here is in here. This recipe didn't call for any salt, but I added some salt and some MSG to it because I think it'll make it better, and so far I've been right. That is delicious. There's really almost no tomato in that either. That recipe, the only tomato in this is 2 tablespoons of tomato paste. That's it. That's literally it. Okay, we're gonna add a bit more flour to this. So I'm going to add some, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add some flour. I'm going to add about 3 tablespoons worth of flour just to my mat here. And the dough. I'm not really measuring this, because I already added a bunch of flour to this from my my cup already. So I'm going to add some more directly, and then a little bit more. I'll put a little bit more in the cup here. I'm going to knead this in. Need all of what I just added in, and then we're going to take a little break before I start with the shaping process. I need to I'm going to do 2 things during the break. One, I'm going to take a bio break for myself, which I don't usually do on stream, but I've had quite a bit of liquid today, so it is necessary. 2, I'm going to load the dishwasher up a little bit because I have a ton of dishes in the sink. My sink is not capable of I can't put anything else in it right now, and it makes me uncomfortable looking at it. It's very full. There's a lot of bowls and glassware and sort of things that are in there from the stream today so far. Usually we take a break about every hour to run ads on Twitch and to do some dish management. I haven't had the ad program on today, so I have let the dishes just build up. And we've hit a critical point where I need to where I need to make that. I need to make changes. Jamie, the sauce recipe is from The Joy of Cooking, the cookbook, the very well-known Joy of Cooking cookbook. I got it over the weekend. The only modification I made to the recipe from the one in the book was, well, I made 2. One, I added salt to it because it was not salty, which I was like, why? What's happening? Why are we not adding salt to this? It most definitely needs salt. And 2, instead of tomato paste, instead of using the full amount of tomato paste, I cut the tomato paste in half and then used gochujang instead of that, which in terms of like the whole amount of what's in the pot, it's spicy, but it's not at all like melt your face spicy. I feel like sometimes people get scared when you say like, oh, it's like spicy gochujang. It's like, yeah, but you're adding it to 3 cups of milk and 2 pounds of ground beef and bacon, and like it's really not as bad as it would be if you added it like at the end. Anyway, it's from the Joy of Cooking cookbook, and I'm happy with it right now. I'm going to let it simmer down a little bit more than it is, and hopefully it will thicken up. It will thicken up from what you're looking at now. Okay, I am finished. I've just added the flour that I put on the I added the flour that I had in my little container there. So we just added quite a bit of extra flour here, and I think that'll be fine. I'm going to go ahead and like test these again. Alley Cat, you found one that doesn't work. Welcome in. You found one that doesn't work. Incredible. We will fix that. We will fix that. All right. So this is looking a little bit better. I mean, it's looking about the same as it did before. So better is kind of not the word I was looking for. It does help if you spell it right. However, we have a long history of the check-ins on this channel. The silly spelling check-ins, and it is always it's always fascinating to me when we identify one that isn't a an alternate spelling that also works. Like you can type command chicken, like the animal, and that will work. It seems reasonable that the version you just put in chat should also work. If the literal animal chicken works, why not? Okay, we're going to do a couple things. Before we take a little break here, we will do Food Lover's Companion definition of gnocchi, because I see that is still in the queue. Shockingly, I haven't done it yet, so of course it's still in the queue. Okay, these are cutting a little bit easier. So this is boding well. This is boding well for our potential being ready to go here. Okay, so these are good. We have our gnocchis ready to drop in the pot. My water is boiling on the stove. I can hear it behind me. So let's come on over and drop this gnocchi, set a 2-minute timer, and go. While that is going, I'm going to wash my hands again. I'm going to scrub my hands here. This dough is sticky. Or at least it builds up. It definitely builds up into a sticky consistency. Okay, how we doing? Those look like they're coming along. Not floating yet. Almost there. Gotta fork the gnocchi. Gotta fork the gnocchi. The gnocchi likes the forking, really. That's, we all like a good forking every once in a while. What does that even mean, Lou? What does that mean? What are you implying? Well, you know what I'm implying. It's innuendo. Don't say I didn't warn you. Because I did. All right, Bolognese, stirring while we're coming along here. This is looking good. We got some, they're floating. I don't know if I have enough water to float. Actually, if those are good, which I hope they are, we're gonna be able to move along here, which will be nice. I think they should be fine, and if they're not, I'm gonna be honest. If they're not perfect, I'm not gonna continue to mess with it. That's what I'll say. I'm going to allow for the imperfections that we experience every day in the kitchen, and we'll go from there. I could also like pan fry these for a few seconds after I've finished cooking them, which would be great. I'm gonna when I cook these, when I sauce these, I am gonna pan fry them anyway, so they're gonna be fine. All right, these look good. Innuendo in this wholesome chat? Yes. They're still good. They were good before. They're also still good. So I think these are fine. They're stiffer. They have a bit more chew. In the end, nothing really matters. It's true. That's true. Sad. and also accurate. Okay. Whoa, hold on. We don't have that camera on. Da-da-da. Whoa, we're zoomed in. What up, zoomies? All right, that is right about where I want that. I have to adjust it. I adjust it and then I like let the thing go and it changes slightly in position and very subtle and it's kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Oh, I see why they say to skim the sauce because there's like all this fat on the top, but like, y'all, it tastes great. It's got to. I don't feel like I want to skim this. Maybe I'll skim a little bit of it. Maybe I'll skim some of that fat off, but I don't want to skim too much. I can't skim too much, you know? Okay, here's where we are at. I am ready to make gnocchi. We're ready to work here. We're ready to work and make this giant ball into about 160 individual gnocchis. I don't think I'm going to count. If y'all want to count, feel free, but I am probably not going to keep track. While we get ready, so I'm going to get ready for that. Right now, I'm going to clear this counter off a little bit because we have a ton of stuff just sitting out on the counter. I don't think I'm going to need any more flour, but if I do, I have a small container up here. I'll just grab that instead of the whole thing. So that'll be fine. Okay, what else do I not need here? I'm going to put the gnocchi in this bowl when I'm going to put I'm going to roll it and then we'll make a couple batches. We'll put them in the bowl. I'm going to toss them with some flour and then I'm going to put them on a sheet pan because ultimately I want to freeze these. That is the goal, is to freeze up quite a few of these. So we're going to put them all on a sheet pan as we get moving here. And then we're going to cook some of them for dinner. Some of them for dinner tonight. I could just skim over that one little part. I could. And maybe I will. Let's see. Is that going to be easy to do? There's a question over whether that will be easy or not. If it's easy, let's try it. Let's try. I don't usually skim stuff. That's the other thing. Yeah, I guess that's easy enough. We'll take some of this layer of fat off the top. Not a bad idea. There'll still be plenty in there. Okay. Time check. 1740. Okay. I aim to finish stream somewhere between 1900 and 1930 hours. That's 7 to 7 p.m. Eastern. I think I have some pretty good confidence that we'll hit that today. Because I think that once I actually start making the gnocchi, it's not going to take... Making it from this point is not going to take as long as it took to get to this point. Yeah, paper towel. That'd be a great idea. I actually don't have any paper towels in the house right now. All right, I think that's probably good. We just skimmed off like That should work. Hey, we must be 5 hours into the stream. 5.5 hours. God damn, this mic is reliable. It dies. It dies between 5 and 5.5 hours every single stream, which is fine. The other one works, and we'll just use that one. Anyway, what I was saying was I am going to take a quick break. During the break, I'm going to put Game Awards on stream up. We'll during break, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to load the dishwasher. So we might end up playing like 3 games of Words on stream. I'm going to run an ad during that time because I'm like taking a break. So I'm just going to run an ad so that for the next hour, we don't get any pre-rolls. So I encourage you to use this time to like get up and get a drink or get a snack or, you know, whatever you need to do to feel good about yourself for the next portion of your day. Maybe you need to go have a good cry. Who knows? Regardless, we're going to run Game Awards on stream. We're going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. And if you want to hear me ramble on during that time, you can follow on YouTube, subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat right now. But let's do a game. Hold on. I said I would put the Bolognese on there. There we go. All right. We're going to take a quick break. I'm going to run a Game Awards on stream and we'll be right back. Here comes a 3-minute ad on Twitch. BRB. Let me take my microphone off before I use the bathroom. Okay, bye.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
Hey, congratulations. That was a good effort. Okay, I'll load the dishwasher now. Here we go. Not gonna do the dishes, but we are going to manage the dishes. It's slightly different. All right. I need to like somehow. How do I clean this colander or this sieve that I abused with all the potato mash? I don't know. I guess I'll just soak it in a big bowl for a little while and then scrub it from there. The absolute carnage in this sink right now. Bad. Bad.
It's over.
All right, the ad is over. Yeah, I think we're gonna need to run one more game of Words on Stream because I'm in the weeds on these dishes here. So let's do that because we've had success and it seems like things are going well. So let's do one more. I'm gonna finish loading these dishes into the dishwasher. And we'll be right back. If you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I know that they're not everyone's favorite, and they're not mine either. We run them because it helps with getting folks into the stream because they drop pre-roll ads for a full hour after you run 3 minutes worth of ads. Also, it helps me with my own bandwidth of getting stuff into the dishwasher so that my sink doesn't look like a complete disaster at the end of stream. Because when that happens, honestly, y'all, I feel kind of overwhelmed sometimes. And it's like, oh my God, what have I done? There's so much stuff here. But when I can just load the dishwasher and then see that there is, just a manageable amount of dishes remaining, it's a little easier. From the mental bandwidth perspective. So, I think we should be good. I'm gonna put this sieve into soak. I'm gonna put a bunch of hot water on that and we'll let that soak. I'm gonna wash this other sheet pan. Because it is because I'm going to use it for the gnocchi. And there, we have, oh gosh, that's so much nicer. All right, last guesses.
Yeah,
All right. We're in a much better place now. Things are looking way better. Okay. We've let's come on back. All right, we've returned. Good job with the words on stream. Y'all did great. That was impressive. I find myself impressed. We're going to skim this one more quick time here. Because now that I've started skimming, I'm like, oh, now I can sort of just do this a bit easier. If I had a paper towel, I would use it and just drop it right on top. But I see we've got like some fat skin happening up here, and it will be nice to not mix that in. I understand now why they ask you to skim the sauce. Okay, it's fine. We're doing good. We're doing good. Okay. This is looking really good. It's reduced quite a bit here since I took the lid off. Maybe like a half an inch or so down the side. So that's good. I'm going to keep that momentum going. Keep that momentum going. Okay. It's time. It's time. It is time to make gnocchi. We are going to get into it. Let's see. What is my process here? I'm going to make sure we have our process. Process is thing number one. Clear the counter a little bit more because there's visual clutter happening. Okay, this goes over here in the cabinet. That's what I was getting out earlier, and why all the stuff was on the floor, and I didn't even use it. Okay. I do not really need this cookbook super close right there. This towel is, I've been wiping my hand, I was drying my hands on it all afternoon. It's pretty wet at this point, so let's get rid of that. I have one tray here ready to receive gnocchi. I have another tray that I put in the oven. I washed it while we were taking a quick break. The oven is on. I turned the oven on for just a second to dry it off because it'll like, the oven, that's how I dry, because that's how I dry sheet pans. And the oven was warm from earlier already. So, all right. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to start our rolling process. I am just going to flour my board here. I'm going to pinch off a bunch of gnocchi. We're going to roll it, cut it, shape it, put it on the tray, repeat, 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 repeat. I'm going to keep doing that until it's done. So for the next probably 45 minutes or so here, we are going to be, in the immortal words of our friend Fred Durst, see, that's why we needed that sound today. All right, let's get into it. Let's also move this out of the way because I don't need my keyboard getting flour all over it. I did it all for the gnocchi, Brenty. Yes. Oh, hold on. You know what we didn't do that I said we were going to do that I think we should do? Food Lover's Companion. Let's look up the definition for gnocchi. Let's see if they have a definition for gnocchi. M-N-O-G-O-L-G. Gnocchi. They do. Gnocchi. Italian for dumplings. Gnocchi can be made from potatoes, flour, or farina. Eggs or cheese can be added to the dough, and finely chopped spinach is also a popular addition. Gnocchi are generally shaped into little balls, cooked in boiling water, and served with butter and Parmesan or a savory sauce. You mean like a Bolognese. The dough can also be chilled, sliced, and either baked or fried. Gnocchi are usually served as a side dish and makes excellent accompaniments for meat or poultry. See also pasta. Pasta. What do they describe pasta as? I feel like that's a very broad definition. P-A-S-T-A. Pasta. Oh God. This is like a multi-pager. Let's read the first couple sentences. Pasta. Though many pundits claim that Marco Polo brought the idea of noodles back with him to Italy from China, the truth is that this food form existed in both places independently long before Polo's expeditions. In fact, archaeological documentation now points to the fact that noodles probably originated in Central Asia, possibly dating back to at least 1000 BC. Almost every country has a form of pasta. Spätzle for the Germans, Poles have pierogi. Throughout Asia, there are dozens of noodles, usually made with rice or soy flour rather than wheat. In Italian, the word pasta means paste and refers to the dough made by combining durum wheat flour called semolina with a liquid, usually water or milk. Dumpling. It means dumpling. That's different. I hadn't heard that before. That's kind of cool. All right. So we're gonna flour. We're gonna flour. We're gonna roll. I think maybe I want to roll a couple of these. I'm going to roll a couple of these, and then we'll cut them and then shape them. I think that's going to be the move. It does taste like a dumpling. I mean, they're potato, so, you know. What did I say? 45 minutes? Look at me. Look at how naive I am right now. Amazing. Okay. I'm also gonna make these a little smaller so that I can just sort of like roll them like that. Now these are if we had these in a restaurant, we'd call them rustic because they're not going to be perfect. And I'm knowing that I'm figuring out I do need these to be a little bit tackier than they are. So we're going to I'm going to add slightly less flour to these as I'm rolling them because, and here's my thought. Here's my thought is that if they're not tacky, they're harder to roll because they're just flat, and that is accurate. See, like this is just a little bit too sticky. So there's like a nice little balance of how much flour to add and how much to leave these as they are. Now it says to roll them about 3/4 of an inch, which is basically double what I'm rolling them to. So maybe that's why they're turning out to be sticky. They're certainly a lot larger than the gnocchi, or certainly a lot smaller than the gnocchi that I'm getting in the grocery store. The Big Daddy gnocchi. No, that is true. We got the big one over here on the left, just hanging out, waiting. This is the gnocchi. This is the gnocchi your partner told you not to worry about. All right, I think we're good on maybe one more of these. I'm just slicing these up. This right here, this is when you can tell that I'm broadcasting at 30 frames per second, because that looks blurry to me. There's like some screen. It's just blurrier. That's all. Okay. We're just gonna go ahead and sprinkle these so that my bench cutter can go through them and not get stuck. I'm just going to kind of toss those with the flour there and move along. There we go. Okay. So we got a big little pile of gnocchi here. Again, I'm keeping these floured because they're otherwise likely to stick together on the ends that were I wonder if I even need that fork. Could I just do this? I don't even need to do what I'm doing right now in order for these to be good. But creating a little bit of, actually, I don't think it matters. Yeah. The fork actually is really no different. What about the ridges? Yeah, that's true. Anything that makes this go slightly quicker is ideal. So I'm not being picky about which side of the gnocchi I'm pressing these from. I'm just sort of like grabbing whichever corner comes first. And we'll toss a little bit more flour on these before I put them on the tray. Yeah, they're coming along though. I mean, like this is, I could also just like press them a little bit like that. But that actually, it just makes them like a flat pasta and not like a gnocchi. And I kind of want them to stay gnocchi-esque. Want them to be visually recognizable as gnocchi. That's not super important, but like, you know, if we're trying, let's try. Okay, oven just clicked that it is hot. That means that the sheet pan in it is most certainly dry, or will be certainly dry. Do I want to get that out right now? No, I don't. Okay. No, I don't. I'm in a process. I don't want to do anything but this process right now. Unless there's an emergency. Even if the dog needs to be let out, I'm going to yell at my kid to do that. Because he's upstairs playing Roblox. He's not in the process of making dinner. Although, to be fair, he did have to go to school all day and, like, be in school, which is awful. Text, welcome back. We're shaping gnocchi. That is where we're at right now. We're working through. This is just going to be a long form process. We have our little gnocchis here that I'm working on. So I'm sort of, I feel like I might have settled onto a process here of roll a couple like ropes, then cut them, roll a bunch of ropes at once, then cut them, then shape them, and then do that all again. And I'm using a fork instead of the little gnocchi plate because I don't have one. Or I do, but I don't know where it is. I have one, I don't know where it went to. Many is gnocchi. One is gnocco. Gnocco Ono. Oh wait, that would be gnocco uno. There's a Beatles joke in there somewhere. You know, Yoko Ono is like is such a common crossword clue. ONO is like an extremely common crossword clue. Kind of funny, but it is a thing for real. Okay, those look good. We're just gonna keep rolling. Keep rolling. One left. Wait, where's the one? Did I miss one? Sometimes I don't see it. Sometimes I don't see stuff if it's hiding like back here. This is one. We're just gonna drop this one into a pot. We're gonna use a pitchfork to shape it, and then we're just gonna drop it like it is into a pot. See what happens. It's funny, this dough is very soft. Yoko Uno. The Hagrid gnocchi, it is true. This is like the boss gnocchi. It's definitely this is like the boss, the final boss gnocchi. And these are like the assistant gnocchis that you have to fight on the way in. how long do you think it would take to cook? Like, well, I mean, first off, there's no way it would cook all the way through if you drop that into a pan. Like, it would just probably be awful. I can't imagine. It would probably be awful. Yeah, these are the minions. These are like the sub bosses right here. This is the, like, you defeat this one and you're like, whoa, man, that was hard. And then like one of these awful things comes at you. Sous vide gnocchi. It's such an antithetical process for cooking pasta, like sous vide. Like sous vide is not, pasta's like quick, and sous vide is the opposite of that. It would be such an odd way to cook pasta. You know, one big ravioli, get out of here with that. Just seriously get out of here with a single big ravioli. Just bring me two and charge me double. What are we doing here? One ravioli is not enough. I don't care how big it is. I don't care if it's the size of like this plate. I still want two. Encrust it with ground beef. Oh God, learned this in Italy. Right. From who? Tatsu, that you're right though, the leftover water in that bag would be probably pretty good. It's like, use that for your sauce. I just feel like one ravioli is such a self-indulgent like thing for somebody to serve somebody else. Like ravioli aren't meant to be eaten in the ones. It's not normal. Serving one, I feel like, makes you sort of full of yourself. Like if you're like a chef in a restaurant, you're like, just the one ravioli should be enough. I'm like, no, dude, what are you talking about? What are you doing?
I'm playing a game with my friend on the computer.
Did you run out of Roblox time?
No.
Okay. I'm wondering why you were getting your computer. That's all. Seems you're sus. Everything you do is sus when you're like, yeah, cause mom's not home and you know that I'm occupied, so you're sus. Yeah, whatever. Children. Okay. We have to move the boss gnocchi. We're gonna not relocate, but we're moving the boss gnocchi a little bit to the side here, so I have some more space. This is how you defeat the boss gnocchi too, little bits at a time, right? All right, I can hear this bolognese bubbling over here. I'm gonna that has reduced really nicely. I'm going to, yeah, I'm turning this down a little bit because I had it at a pretty tight simmer, and it was going really well. I actually don't have a scene that's just this overhead camera and this stove. Interesting. I didn't anticipate that I would ever want to do that. And yet,
I
now
died,
your iPad died. Okay.
so I'm calling on my phone.
Why don't you plug your iPad in?
I did.
Okay.
It was plugged in when it died.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hold on. I need to wash my hands off. They're a little sticky. Okay. But this is going here. We're doing well. we're going about as fast as I thought we would be going, which is to say slowly, but we are making progress. Plugged it in when it died. I know, right? Well, see, what happens is he doesn't look at it. They don't look at it until it's like, it gives you the warning at 10%. And then you're like, oh, I have time. And then you don't consider it again until it's just dead. And you're like, oh. What could I... All right, I made these slightly bigger than the last ones. Inside, like just a little bit larger in general. Because the recipe says that they're supposed to be about 3/4 of an inch in width, and they're supposed to be square, essentially, 3/4 of an inch square. And these are the ones that I made are not, for sure not. When I measured them, they were like a 1/2 inch. So I made these a little bit larger. The size thing, I think, is also a factor in the cooking time. Like the ones that I made for the test runs were pretty small, so they seemed like they cooked really quickly. And I kind of would like maybe for them to take a little bit longer to cook. Just thinking that might be helpful. Whoa, that one's sticky. Okay, hold on. Need to flour these a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Come, my pretties. They are cooperating for the most part. One of them was a little sticky, but to be expected. They are, after all, raw potato. Black Rose Pixie, welcome in. Been lurking. Enjoy your lurk. I hope you have a lovely day. Having a lovely day. I mean, I hope one, I hope it's been good, but two, I hope it continues to be good. And if it hasn't been good, I hope it gets better. And if it doesn't get better, I hope that bedtime is soon. And tomorrow is a better one. Anyway, hi. That was a long way of saying hi. Welcome. We're making gnocchi today. We're also making a bolognese. The bolognese is finished for sure. It is on the stove. I could serve it right now and it would be good. And I am going to serve it when I'm finished making and cooking all of this gnocchi, and it will be better. And I made a lot of it, so I'm not going to use all of it tonight. We're going to end up putting a bunch of it in the freezer, hopefully. I'm going to put some gnocchi in the freezer. We're going to put some bolognese in the freezer. I don't love the idea of like going through effort like this for just one meal. So I doubled the bolognese recipe. I doubled the gnocchi recipe. So we're going in hard on both of them. And we're going to make a bunch of these, obviously. Like, this is definitely dinner tonight. However, we're going to also put a bunch of these in the freezer. I think regardless of which ones go in the freezer or not, I'm going to put this tray, when this tray is full, in the freezer. I'm going to put all of them in the freezer eventually, but this one is definitely going to go in the freezer straight away after I'm finished shaping them, because I am going to shape a whole other tray after that, so probably won't need more than that. And if I end up needing to pull them out of the freezer, it's fine, because frozen pasta, because if I'm cooking these you can cook these from the freezer in general. They take basically 30 seconds longer if they've been frozen, and that's pretty much it. So there's no need to like thaw them first or anything. So I'm just going to go ahead and straight away pop these in the freezer. So just a little note. I keep forgetting that it's Thursday, by the way. I don't know how y'all are feeling about this week. This week, Monday for me, I was like, man, this week is going to take forever. And now all of a sudden it's like Friday. It's like basically Friday. Like it's the end of the workday for quite a few people. If you're in California, hang on, you just got a little bit longer to go. Or the West Coast, rather. If you're in the US and you work anything like a standard hour, you are, or the East Coast and you work anything like a standard hour, you are finished for the day, hopefully. It's funny. I notice one of the things that you notice streaming consistently around the same times is that in around the about 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. on for us who are streaming during that time slot, it gets slower. Like folks in chat, it is a little slower. And my theory is that it's the end of the workday for some folks and they're literally like shutting their computer down. My other thought is that if you're on the West Coast, it is also sort of towards the end of the day and you're like kind of getting in the last little bits of work at that point. So it's funny. It's funny because I note it. I'm like, oh, if it's been like a slow period of time, I'll look up and it's like it is now, where it's like, you know, I'm just doing something mesmerizing. I assume that if you're hanging out and lurking, that you are enjoying what you're seeing, or maybe you're not even watching. Maybe you're just listening to my voice, and that's fine too. But it's notable. It's always wild to me when I stream at a completely very different time from my usual. And there's like different people on, and I don't know, like it's always interesting because I tend to keep the same time slot. Or I'm generally live around the same times of day on weekdays. Okay, we are doing well here. The Bolognese is just bubbling a little bit over there. I'm going to turn that down even further. Okay, great. So thank you for the shout out to Black Rose Pixie, friend of the stream, fellow food and drink streamer. Really nice vibe, like really good energy. Like not high energy, not low energy, just very even keeled. And I love that type of thing. There's only a few folks that I watch who I would consider like high energy streamers. Like that sort of run the stream end to end with like super high energy. I don't always thrive in that environment. If I'm watching a high energy streamer, sometimes I have to like take a little break because it's like a lot. There's like a lot going on. But those are fun. That's also fun for folks. Some folks that have that kind of energy that like bring that out in the chat too. And it's nice to see. I'm never going to be a super high energy streamer like that. Sorry to disappoint anyone who's like expecting that of me. That is not my vibe. All right. For jumping Jack Sprinty. Yeah, right. I don't have very much in the way of channel point things that would compel me to like do something physical. I have a few, but generally speaking, I don't want to do that. Generally speaking, I'm just going to do the things I do and enjoy that. What do we have? We have fit check. Is there another? I think that might be it. I think Fit Check might be the only one. Oh, Tattoo Tour. Right. Tattoo Tour is another one that would compel me to like stop what I'm doing. Well, actually, it wouldn't compel me to stop. It would compel me to eventually do something. On the radar for me, by the way, just while we're on the topic of channel points, is switching up some of the channel point stuff. I think that there's some. I already took some stuff off from things that were there previously, and I'm pretty sure that no one noticed because they were things that no one ever redeemed. And if you did notice and you're like salty about it, maybe you could have redeemed it at some point in the last year. But you didn't. So that's why they're gone. Anyway, we're going to have some new different channel point things, I think. It's on the radar. One of these days, it's just, they're going to get completely revamped and you're going to come into stream and be like, wait, these are all new. Okay, one more, and then we're gonna get into the next step. But these are going. We're making progress. We are making progress. There's a tray over here that I've finished already. It's the only tray so far. We have one tray worth of gnocchi. We're gonna do just like one or two more ropes of gnocchi on that tray, and then I think that's going to be it. That's all that can fit because they're in a single layer too. I'm keeping them single layered on that tray because otherwise they'll stick to each other, and we don't want that. Okay. Speaking of sticking, the edge of my bench. My scraper needs a scrape. It's got some buildup on it, and it's making raggedy edges on the gnocchi here. So let's get a scrape off here. I'm not washing it or I'm not gonna clean it. I just needed to get a cleaner edge. Okay. Okay, I'm taking these, I'm cutting them, and then I'm sprinkling a little flour over them and just giving them a shake in my hands here. Just hopefully kind of cover all the sides, cover all the little bits, and then just moving them off to the side. We're shaping these second. There we go. If you're hearing squeals from upstairs or from my side on the microphone, my kid is upstairs playing some sort of game. I can't really determine what it is. I think they might be playing Among Us, which is popular with the kids again. I don't know. Was it ever not popular? I never played Among Us. I'd never played it, and I'm not familiar with the metrics of it now. I know that they changed a bunch of stuff. I don't know if they made it more accessible to like younger demographic or what, but apparently he and his friends have started playing it. So I don't know. It's all new to me because I don't when I say I don't play games, I'm not a gamer. I also mean phone games. Like I don't play even like stuff on I don't play any little games on my phone or anything. I had an awkward moment over the past weekend, where it was sort of like, it was awkward. It was like, like a weird coming out in some ways, which in itself is also awkward and difficult to do. But I was hanging out. I was with a bunch of friends this past weekend. We had a trip, a cabin trip. There was 10 of us. And like some folks in that group like playing games and video games. And they were talking about they were like, some folks brought one guy brought his Nintendo Switch with him. Someone else brought, he brought like a one-shot campaign for Dungeons and Dragons, and a bunch of people play Dungeons and Dragons. Like some folks are card gamers, some folks are board gamers. And I kept getting like asked if I wanted to play. And finally I was like, y'all, I got to admit, like, I don't game at all. Like, I don't like any games. Like, I don't want to play card games, and I don't want to play D&D, and I don't want to play video games, and I don't want to play phone games. I want to, like, watch y'all play games, and I want to watch you enjoy it. But I do not want to participate. I don't want to play tabletop games. I literally don't play games. I don't like gaming. And I know that that's like hard for some people to fathom, but I really just don't like it. Crawdle, tons of gnocchi. And we're about halfway through. We're about halfway through the overall gnocchi situation. We have a big piece of gnocchi here. We have a big tray of gnocchi over there, and the ones here are in between. Fiona, no games. Currently playing Sorry on the phone. I like that. You know what's funny? I get ads for that all the time. I get ads for Sorry and Monopoly and all of those games that are like things coming at you that you need to like shoot and get points, and like a big thing with a club sort of staggering towards you, about to hit you. Sophia, thank you for the shout out. Fiona is a IRL, and I primarily know them through IRL streams. But yeah, no games. No games. I am just not a gamer. Carl says it's difficult to imagine no games. It is, isn't it? And that's like, I think to be like super honest, I feel weird when I say that to people. I feel weird when I said it was like a coming out. Like I felt weird and super self-conscious about like saying to my friends, like, I just don't want to play games. Like, I don't know. I have never. And I remember being a kid. I remember like being a literal child and like getting like that experience of like, I don't know, having the opportunity to play games. And I remember playing Candyland. Y'all have heard of this. I remember playing Candyland when I was a kid and being like, when will it end? I think the only game that I enjoy and like sort of continuously enjoy is chess. Like, I'll play a game of chess. Not good at it, but I enjoy it. Here I am excited for all the board games this weekend. Right. Which, again, as Crawdot said, statistically, I am the clear outlier in this scenario. I think most people enjoy games in some capacity. I don't know. Something is like, you know what I like doing? I like talking. That sounds terrifying to some people. But instead of sitting down and like playing a game with somebody, I would rather literally just sit there and talk. And that is absolutely mortifying to a lot of people. But I don't know. Yeah. I'm a big reader. I read a lot. But yeah, games have forever been this sort of elusive joy for me. Like, in the sense that I have tried. And like, as I said, like, I'm not even a big video gamer either. I appreciate, I played, let's see, what things do I do that one would consider a game? I do the crossword. So I like the crossword. I'll play Sudoku every once in a while. I'm not like very good at the crossword or at Sudoku, but I'll play it every once in a while. I'll play chess. I like playing a game of chess. I don't like getting completely trashed in a game of chess. Like, if someone is super good at it, I guess it's kind of enjoyable if someone's good at it, because then they play well, and often they like give you the grace to have an enjoyable game instead of just like completely destroying you in like 10 moves. Let's see, what else? Chapstick Queen, Scrabble. See, I like word games. I enjoy games like that, but I don't like the you know what I think part of it is for me? I don't like competition. I'm incredibly non-competitive, and I just don't like competing. And it feels like competing to me. I don't know. I mean, it is, but it's not, but like it is. I do sound a little funny to you. No, I know. I'm self-aware. That's what I'm saying. I feel like it's something where I'm just like, I feel weird when I say that to people. Like a co-op game. Yeah. Words on stream. I love words on stream. I can do well, other people can do well, and nobody loses. Like, all the games that I also mentioned, not Scrabble, with the exception of chess, Sudoku and the crossword, those are individual games. Those are solo games. I like playing solitaire. I was an only child. Did I mention that? I should mention that. I should mention that I also did a lot of activities. I mean, I'm still an only child. I most of my activities when I was a kid were solo. So I never, like, all the games that I did were sort of like when I was hanging out with other people. And then when I was hanging out with other people, what I wanted was connection. What I wanted was talking and connecting with them, not competing with them. So that it tracks to me in my life that I greatly prefer like doing a non-competitive joint activity as opposed to playing a game. And I feel odd that I don't enjoy. I feel odd that it's not something that I enjoy. And it's funny. Whenever we're at Gwen's house, her family likes playing games, and I'm just like, nah, I'm good. Thank you though. And she's like, what the fuck? And they're like, what the fuck is wrong with Lou? And I'm just like, but I've been around long enough that I'm a known weirdo in their house. It's not a new thing, and I don't have to feel strange about it. Tracks with Gwen. Yeah. Yeah, she enjoys games. I think most people do. I would say most people do. I like puzzles. Are puzzles a game? Would one consider a puzzle to be a game? I don't. I consider a puzzle to be a puzzle or a toy. A toy at sort of at worst. Worst? Like I would consider calling a puzzle a toy, but is that a game? Breeds competition. Yeah, and meanwhile, conversely, I say I'm not competitive. Gwen is extremely competitive. And it comes out, especially in games. How about sports? What sports did I play? I played tennis. I played racquetball. Both solo activities. And I don't otherwise play sports. I like being athletic. I like riding my bike. Yeah, I like riding my bike. But no, team sports I was never really into. Yeah, Marianne, extremely competitive is how I would describe Gwen. High expectations, extremely competitive. Did I tell y'all that I resigned from like playing with the Fortnite squad? Because I was not enjoying it. I was like, this makes me feel awful. Every time I play, I feel like I feel terrible. You're yelling at me that I don't get better. You're yelling at me that I'm not good. And I don't want to get good, and I don't care because I don't care because I'm not competitive. So I resigned. I was like, I'm not playing this anymore. I'm not playing Fortnite with you guys anymore. You yell at me and make me feel bad, so I'm not going to do it. A block puzzle game that I call a game. So I think it depends on the puzzle. Tetris is a game. Okay. I do enjoy Tetris. I'll say that. That's fair. Tetris is fun. I don't have it on my phone. I haven't played it in a long time, but I would say it's something that I can find enjoyment with. All right, we're working through here. We're doing well. I keep reshaping this dough, and it's getting smaller. It looks roughly the same size from the overhead shot that I'm showing you, but it is shorter than it was before. It's a bit shorter. Competing against the upper limit. Right. I don't mind competing against myself. That's fine. I do somewhat enjoy the like, oh, I'm growing and doing better at this thing than I did before. But I find things like that. I find similar joy in that way in like cooking something better the second time. All right, we're cruising here. I wish I'd have started a count up timer for how long it took me to do these gnocchis. I said about 45 minutes. I feel like that's maybe about where I'm at. But I think it was 1809 when I started these. Does that sound familiar? It feels familiar. I'll play chess though. I think that of all like the games that one would consider like a classic competitive game, that's probably the one that I would be the most enthusiastic about. I was playing a little more regularly earlier this year, mainly when Calvin got really into it and asked Gwen and I to like start playing chess so that he had someone to play with. And I did, and then he stopped playing it, so I stopped playing it. He sort of lost interest, which is fine. He's 10. He doesn't need to maintain lifelong interests yet. Neither does anyone. You can change at any time. Do you want to? Who knows? All right, we're working through here. This is actually it's going pretty well. When I add these into the pot, I'm gonna need to make sure I don't dump these in, that I sort of add them intentionally, because I feel like if I dump them all in at once, they're gonna turn into like a lump and they're gonna stick together, and I don't want that. So I may actually use the ones in the freezer to cook tonight, because they may break apart a little better. Okay, I think I got, let's do one more chunk off of this block now, and then we'll do one more full round. We're slowly defeating the boss gnocchi. The boss gnocchi is not much longer for this game here. I know that I've said this about myself before too, but I also don't watch a lot of media or TV. So it's funny because the intersections of things that Twitch sort of has are generally speaking things that I'm not super into. Media and gaming. And it's really funny. It's funny to me sometimes to sort of exist in this heavily gaming / media environment, and know that I'm significantly the outlier, which is okay. All right, gnocchis are looking good. They really are too. They're looking what did I say earlier? Rustic is the terminology I would ascribe to these. And we're scraping the edge of my bench scraper because it's gotten caked up again. There we go. Nyoko Ono. Now, was anyone counting the number of gnocchis that I made? I mentioned earlier that I was not. But I do kind of have to ask if anybody, because there was, I forget who it was. There was one stream where I was doing something and I got to 70 something of making things, and someone in chat knew how many I'd made, and I was like, whoa, you were actually watching. You were watching very closely, closer than I was, and I was here. I assume not, but I do have to ask the question because I'd be curious to know. Because there is an answer to that question. I don't know what it is. Okay. These look great. These look great. The counter is just covered in flour. I just remembered just this moment that I'm chaperoning a school field trip tomorrow. I was sitting here thinking of oh, I can do this tomorrow. I'm like, no, I can't. I'm going to be on a school field trip all day. Super fun. Chaperoning is really fun though. It's a good way to get to know your kids' teachers too, and how they are with things like discipline. And it's certainly a good way to see how they are under stress, because taking kids out into the world is stressful. That's why you need chaperones. Anyway, I'm going to be doing that tomorrow, all day, literally all day. I totally forgot that I was going to school with Calvin tomorrow. Yikes. Oops. It should be fun so far. If I've done this, will be the second. This is the second field trip of the year, and it's the second one I've chaperoned. I will continue to chaperone them until Calvin tells me that he does not want me to do that anymore. Right now, he is still... So for those of y'all who don't know, my son is 10. He's in 5th grade. And he's still, he's hitting that sort of independence, like, I'm going to be sassy and, give you shit. But he's still like a little kid. And he still likes parents to be involved in things. He's not, like, pushing me out yet. So I'm happy to continue to, like, chaperone. It just came as a surprise just now because I was thinking about my day tomorrow. Mainly I was thinking about being able to get something done. And I was like, oh wait, no, I can't do that tomorrow either. Sigh. How was the book fair? Did you find anything interesting? Is it do y'all do Scholastic? Is Scholastic the thing? What was y'all's favorite book fair item? Those of y'all who had a book fair in your school as a kid, did you have like an item that you looked forward to getting every year from the book fair? I think I always looked for the like Guinness books, the like sort of records, the shiny updated Guinness book record book was, I think, what I gravitated towards when I was a child. I remember having several of those, and they're always fun to look through. They're even wilder now. Books, well, there's that. Yeah, definitely the book thing. It's wild. It's funny because like the book fair definitely has a bunch of other stuff. It is Scholastic. Okay, yeah, they have like the market cornered on the book fair now, right? A kid's cookbook, nice. Nice. Carl, do you remember cooking anything from it? What do you recall cooking anything from it? Turner, I know you read a lot. The tracks that you would like the book fair. I read a ton as a kid. Funds were limited when I was a kid. Yeah, I remember not like getting everything that I wanted and sort of having like, I don't know. I don't remember how much my parents gave me. My mom was a teacher, and so she had a lot riding on the book fair for me. So we spent more at the book fair, I think, than we spent on like new school clothes every year. Sourwork says, I like the trivia or joke books. Yes, 'cause couldn't get them otherwise. My parents were always happy to buy novels, but not fun books. That is an interesting position, Cyber. I as a parent now, I can see that. I can see if Calvin was like, can you buy me this like book of jokes? I would probably be like, yes, or I don't know. He's never asked me for that. The librarians in the house. Yup. Yeah, my mom was a middle school librarian, so I definitely had I definitely had a lot of exposure to both the book fair and books in general. Cyber, that's very interesting about the joke books. I think from a parent perspective, there's oh, those aren't valuable, right? They're not like, you're not learning anything from them, or they're not engaging you in a creative way, but like they kind of are. Choose your own adventure. Oh my god. I remember Animorphs coming out when I was a kid and being like, what the fuck are these? The magic spoon. It came with a mixing spoon with glitter that moved in the handle. Okay, I want a magic spoon. Recall I had a recipe for pizza, which I never actually made. But I did make the edible peanut butter Play-Doh. Okay, that sounds fun. Peanut butter Play-Doh. Interesting. I'm imagining playing with something all afternoon and then eating it. I'm imagining well, set aside the fact that I'm allergic to peanut butter. I'm imagining Calvin having that, playing with it all afternoon or for like an hour, and then like handing me a like Play-Doh thing to eat, and the level of like gymnastics I would have to do to get out of actually eating that thing because oh my god, I would never. Dogman, Diary of Your Wimpy Kid, Dragon Masters, Diary of a Pug, Dogman poster, and some bookmarks. Nice haul. I know Dogman and Diary of Your Wimpy Kid both had books come out recently. I think Diary of Your Wimpy Kid just had one come out like within the past like 2 months. Peanut butter, honey, and oh, the powdered milk. That's what does it. I was wondering what the dry ingredient in that was to sort of keep things moving. You can bake it. Honestly, it doesn't make it much better for me. I still would not want to eat it. Calvin went to cooking camp this summer, and they brought home like food at the end of the day. And to say that it's like, yeah, oh man, like I love you, kid. I really do. And I really love that you're having a good time. And I'm so happy that you're proud of this food that you made. But what you're telling me is that your friends also made it. And, other kids at camp also had like a hand in this, literally. And I don't know how often, I don't know what the like status of their hand washing and then nose touching was. And like face touching, like I haven't washed my hands in a minute doing this, but I also am aware that I haven't touched anything except the gnocchi and the bench cut. Like I haven't touched anything except the few tools that are in front of me. If you run back the stream, I am positive that I have not touched my face or any other surface other than the things that I'm like working with right now, because I'm pretty conscious of that. And that's what I was thinking that's what I would have in mind if you handed me an edible peanut butter Play-Doh creation and were like, try this. I would be like, no, but thank you, party pooper. Oh, I would be a party pooper for saying no to that. I have been accused of being a party pooper. Cut back to the game conversation. Yeah, so our kids have so many body fluids and they're so gross. And I love my kid. I can't, I'm not going to, I want to try the things that he makes, but I also am aware. I'm extremely self-aware of, the 4 to 5 other 10-year-olds that interacted with that dish before it got to me. And like, I'm good. Thanks. Y'all. We did it. Last one. Done. Okay. Ta-da! Yay! Thank you! Thank you. They are rustic. I'm going to make an entire tray full of these for dinner tonight. Because now that I've put the effort forth, I'm going to... What do the kids say? I'm going to smash these gnocchis. Speaking of hands, let's clean up. Wouldn't be about making it better. The big point to the book was like, make it more permanent. And bake it like actual clay. Okay. So you're not necessarily supposed to eat it at the end. It's I'm imagining with those ingredients, it's an option, but not a requirement. Okay. Understood. Speaking of washing hands, I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna scrub my hands also. Because there is gnocchi dough all over them. Okay, we are going to we're going to cook. Here's how I'm going to do this. I'm going to clean up for a few moments here. We're going to clean up the counter. Pretty well cleaned over at the sink here. Not a ton of additional like cleanup is needed. Everything's in the dish drainer or in the dishwasher already. The few things that are in the sink are not going in the dishwasher. So we'll just leave those. We'll leave those there. I'm going to clean up the counter. And we're going to get ready to make the gnocchi. So what does that mean? Making the gnocchi means I'm going to move this big pot to the front burner. I'm going to move the Bolognese to that back burner there. I'm going to set a frying pan up on the front here, because I'm going to take the frying pan, put a little bit of Bolognese in it. We're going to put the gnocchi in there, and I'm going to cook the gnocchi in the big pot. I'm not going to dump it out. We're just going to like leave the water hot. I'm going to put the gnocchi into the frying pan. I'm going to put a little Bolognese on that. We're going to like toss it to sauce it. And then we're going to just dump it like into a bowl. That's like restaurant style, where, everything's just sort of, there. The sauce is ready. You dump the pasta, you cook that, dump it. We're going to make a process out of it so that it's easier. And I don't have to cook all of the gnocchi at once. I can just cook like per serving bit, which will be much nicer for the overall, much nicer, because we get like an overall sort of fresher gnocchi situation. But let's set that up. Toss it to sauce it. Did you like that one? That just rolled off the tongue like that. Didn't plan it. But it felt good coming out. Okay. These are nicely solid. They're not solid yet, but these are good. I'm gonna make these gnocchis for dinner. I'm gonna put these other ones in the freezer. I'm gonna pop these in the fridge for just a moment, because I don't have any more top shelf, or I don't have any more shelf space in my freezer for a sheet pan this size. I do have shelf space in my fridge that I can just pop this on here. Okay. Alrighty. We're cleaning up here for just a second. We're just a few moments here, because we're getting into the end. And I don't want to leave my sink and my counter a mess here. I'd rather clean up a little bit in this moment before moving on to the final stage. Okay. Good. I'm gonna soak. I never finished filling this pot that has my potato, the potato sieve in it. So I'm gonna fill that the rest of the way up. Daisy, are you asking for food or out? What are you asking for? Food or out? Show me. I think she's asking for out. Where? Come here. Hold on. I'm going to turn the sink water off. What? Show me. Go. All right. I got to let the dog out. Hold on a second. Out or food? Out? No, food. I'm not feeding you right now. This is not the time for that. I'll give you some fresh water, but I'm not feeding you. It's not time. It's not time. She's standing there in her bowl, prancing around. Shh! Stop! Stop it! It's not time. I'm getting you water. Hold on. He's very insistent. The thing about elderly dogs is that their level of patience is 0. They're like, time's wasting. Time is literally wasting. Feed me now. Feed me now. Yeah, she's big mad at me right now that I'm not feeding her. But it's not food time. We're not eating right now. This is not the time for that. All right, I need to fill this pot for the gnocchi because I filled it a while ago and it has been slowly simmering and also reducing a lot in the amount of water that's in here. Cyber, I have not seen a single cat today either. They have not been on stream. They have definitely 100% not come around. And it is not you. It is me. Maybe it's not me either. I don't know. It's not you. I know that. It might be me. But they have definitely not been here. Okay, turning that on high. That is like ready to go. I washed this colander earlier, and I literally am not going to use this because I'm going to cook the gnocchi in that big pot. And then we're going to put it in a saucepan. Hell yeah, this bolognese. Oh, come look at what happened to this bolognese. This is now thick, like big thick, and much reduced from where it was earlier. I'm going to scrape the sides of this pot off a little bit to get some of this like kind of amazing bond off the edge. This is like, if you have something that you're reducing, right? And you don't do this part meaning taking a wooden spoon and scraping the edge of the pot so that all this like stuff that's built up on it gets reincorporated, you're really missing out. This is the good seasoning stuff. If you can get it off, just put like a little bit of the liquid from the pot and sort of bring it up and scrape. That's what makes a Dutch oven kind of nice. Is it's like, or an enamel Dutch oven anyway. Makes it so much easier to scrape this stuff off. It is looking really good. Okay. Same thing on the bottom. I'm gonna give the bottom a scrape. There's no resistance on the bottom, so it's pretty well in there. Take one more taste of this before moving it back. Yeah, this is looking very good. And like the meat is looking, it looks like one big chunk, but it's very broken apart. You can see it's like coming off the spoon. I'm keeping it from splashing me is what I'm doing. I'm going to try it here. Let me give it a little taste test. Give that a little taste test. I'm going to come on back over here to the counter before that. I'm going to wipe the counter off as well before we move forward because it's covered in flour. Yeah, that'll do. That is rich. That is like really rich. I'm really glad I added salt to that. It made it good. I don't want to say it made it better because I don't know what it was like without the salt. I don't know what the final version would have been like without the salt. But like a recipe where you don't add salt to something is weird. It's odd to me. It makes me uncomfortable. It's like what? I don't know. Like, where is the salt coming from? I didn't use pancetta. I used bacon. So, like, maybe they were expecting that the pancetta has, like, so much salt that it would cover, which is possible. That's entirely possible. Is it likely? No. Okay. Wiping. We're going to wipe. And then we're going to sanitize. And then we're going to make the dinner. And we're going to assemble the dinner. Angry Rook, hello. Joy of Cooking has gnocchi. It does. It does. The edition that I have puts the gnocchi on page... one of these pages. 312, in fact. Bookmark. It is the first time I'm using this cookbook. It's not the first time I'm making gnocchi, but it's the first time I'm making gnocchi in a couple years. And the thing that we learned today, what did we learn today? We learned that a ricer is really important. Learned that a ricer is so important. Not necessary. I did, Carla. I did read the definition. We went. I said I was going to, and then I missed for a little bit, and then I went back, and I was like, oh yeah, as I typically do. Did you know that gnocchi means dumpling in Italian? That it can be made with potato or flour or farina, which is a different type of flour, I believe. It is commonly served as an appetizer as opposed to a main course. So we learned a little bit about gnocchi. I read it right before I started rolling the gnocchi. So there was a moment when I put the overhead camera on and I was like, oh yeah. Okay. Counter is clean. We'll put that right there. Wow, that's really centered on the screen, isn't it? It's like I'm advertising for them. I'm not. But they have an Instagram account and they have a podcast too, which is kind of wild to me. Okay, washing my hands again because I just put, basically bleach all over them. Not basically bleach. I literally put disinfecting solution all over my hands. It's funny, the overhead view right now it looks fake because it's like so because it's just like so white. Mix, welcome in. Hey Mix, I'm wearing a shirt that I thought that you would appreciate today. I was waiting for you. I was waiting for you. It says you can I suppose you can read it. It says biology is bigger than binaries, and it has a bunch of animals. It has a bunch of animals for whom the binary gender markings do not apply. Anyway, happy Trans Day of Visibility to all who celebrate. Non-binary. Yes. My God. Okay, that's a good one. I was like, there's a couple folks who I hope I see today. Okay. Whoa. Excuse me. You know, we could even make a flat lay out of this like that, and you didn't even see it, but now it is like in the thing. We like that. Okay. Let's start organizing here. As Joe says, I am organized. I agree with that. I don't actually know what farina is specifically. I don't know where it comes from, more to the point. So I'm not sure how to allocate what I would think it is. Farina is a flour. Heavy day to be on the internet. Yeah. Makes sense. Happy Friday, Junior, regardless. I appreciate you, and I'm glad that you're here. Oh. That was a type of flour. Okay. Pan. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take these gnocchis. Hold on. Can we set this up a little better? Can we set this better on the stove? We might be able to. Hold on. Oh yeah, we're zoomed way in. There we go. Okay. So. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do... Actually, I'm going to do that view. So I'm working on getting like a view that you can see sort of what's happening here. And then we'll tilt this up just a little bit when the gnocchi's in the pot. There we go. Okay. Older than expected, and how much I still feel like a junior adult, and you've outlived every average life expectancy. That is heavy, Mix. It is. I don't think you're wrong in saying that. And how much I feel like a junior adult. Yeah. Yeah. That part is weird. Aging is weird. Aging is very weird. Aging is very weird. I think that for me, it wasn't about turning 40 so much as it was realizing. It's like, I didn't feel weird for myself. I felt odd having friends that were adults, like fucking for real, like second level adults. Like there's like being an adult in your 20s, which is clearly an adult. There's like, and then there's like being an adult that people in their 20s look at and they're like, that's an adult. And you're like, when you hit that point, you're like, oh, it's weird. You're like, oh, the adults think I'm old now. And people in their 60s are like, shut up. So there's always that. My friend started having kids on purpose. Yeah. Kids on purpose is unhinged. Who does that? Unhinged. Yeah, it weren't taught very well. Well, also the opportunities are very different. You know, money doesn't work as well as it used to. It doesn't go as far as it used to. And frankly, people are getting into like adult lifestyle. No, wrong phrasing. People have always been into adult lifestyles. That's a totally different topic. people have moved, like, I think it's been slower to move into adulthood when phrasing, right. What I mean to say is that, like, hey, women can get a credit card and can, like, have a bank account and can have some autonomy in the world and don't need to get married when they're 18 years old in order to exist. Cool. Maybe, like, let's bump that back a little bit more. And then, like, now adulthood is sort of farther away by design because because people are living longer. I don't know. I'm not saying that it's the fault of, like, I'm not blaming that on anybody. It is a weird thing. Like, adulthood is farther away for a lot of people. Yeah, when the dollars don't dollar, right. And when more people can use them, that's also helpful. I'm putting on an apron because I am about to do something with a red sauce with oil in it, and 100% chance I'm going to splatter it all over myself. So, all right, we're boiling over here. So before I do that, there's a couple things. I'm going to want to put some Parmesan on top of this. I'm going to want to put a little parsley on top of this. I have both of those things from the soup I made the other night. So we're repurposing. I also am going to want to take a picture of this. So I'm going to set that up. I'm going to want to take a picture of this with the book in it, because that's where it comes from. And I think that would be fun to do. I also, Angry Rook, congrats on 120. Enjoy your 120. Oh yeah, we're outnumbered by boomers. Yeah. I'm so glad Gen Alpha is outvoting the boomers. No offense to any boomers who are listening, but, like, listen, if you count yourself in the baby boomer demographic and you are watching this stream, you're probably not the people I'm talking to. But, like, boomers, get your shit together. Get out of the way. Yeah, any boomers in here is probably chill. Yeah, 100% mix. Exactly. It's like, yes. It's like, exactly. Yeah, Carl, 100%. It's like, you're there's this the idea of, like, delayed adulthood. I also have this cute towel I'm going to use for this picture that has a bunch of different pasta shapes on it. The man who says not and never says no, well, not all men. Yeah, well, because, right. Because if you need to say that, then there's something defensive. Then you're, like, feeling defensive, right? Like, no, of course not. But, like, not all anything. It's not the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. You're missing the point. It's hard to express maturity when you're irrelevant. It is hard. It is hard. Yeah, it's weird. I feel, there's a lot of things I am fortunate about for being in the generation that I'm in, which is to say that, like, I grew up without the internet and without a cell phone, and yet I still have access to those things, and I'm young enough to have had access to them for long enough to understand them, which I think is helpful. My sister is a boomer and I missed it. I feel weird about the whole generational thing. I feel like every generation has things that they were obviously could have done better. I think the thing that I see now is, like, people holding on to power and money when they needn't. Not even necessarily the money part, mainly the power part. Like, the gerontocracy is real. Like just fucking retire, y'all. To be clear, I'm talking about politicians. But, you know. All right, so we're doing basically one bowl worth of gnocchi. How I'm portioning this out is like this is more than a portion. I'm just adulting. I hate the word adulting. I feel really yucky saying it because when I say it out loud, it feels like I am cutesifying something that is like super serious. Like, oh, I'm adulting. I'm like, yeah, you are. And also like, because if you're not doing that, you're out on the street and you're starving. Like, and we're all closer to that than we are to being rich. And if you are rich, I want to tell you that there is a gift sub button somewhere under here, and the donate button is not much farther below. And if you're rich, prove it. Nick's your whole family is just like cascading through the generation. Yikes. That's so funny. There's people who were alive during black and white TV trying to control the internet. Carl, you've nailed that one. Yes. Yeah. If your family sat around listening to the radio for entertainment, maybe you shouldn't be making rules about the internet. Or maybe you should just try to make some rules at all. I'm rich in family and friends. Chapstick Queen. That is unpurchasable. That is unpurchasable. Ankle nibbling Toyota. He's cooking. Wait, literally. You know, I try to stay like I try to, like I've said this before, I try because I will jump in. And I will bitch. It's not really bitching when it's warranted. I do my bitching by calling my elected representatives every fucking day and emailing them every day. And they don't like me for it. Hey, are you okay? Yeah, but if adulting, right? Text. It's like you almost got there. You almost got there. You're so close to understanding. Like if the adulting sucks meme resonates to you, but the late stage capitalism is a terrible system to live in doesn't resonate with you, the only difference between those two people is education. One of them has done a little bit more reading or has had a little bit more information presented to them than the other. That's it. That's the only difference. Because if you think adulting sucks, the only question you haven't asked is why and whose fault is it really? So let's make some pasta maybe. The earliest tapings of Howdy Doody. Holy crap, Mix. That is a ton of, see, like, you know, rich in family is huge too. The ability to have access to those folks is amazing. Mix, no, you got to pay for that shit no matter where you're sending it in the US. I'm talking about capitalism here. We're talking about practice. No, that was an AI. That was an AI bit. No, I just, yeah, you feel it's hard. Living in this generation, in this world is very scary. It can be very scary. It is very scary. It's very scary for a lot of people. Damn, fellas, last 2 years of World War II. That is did he ever talk about it with you? That's incredible. Okay. we're ready. This is gonna go quick. So I'm like, I'm gonna start, and it's gonna be over in like 4 minutes, maybe, possibly. So let's do it. What do I need for this? I'm going to use this scoop for the sauce, this for the gnocchi. I'm going to dump the gnocchi directly in the pan. The gnocchi is going to go from this bowl into this pot. I'm getting it from this pot into the pan with this thing, with the spider. While it's in the pan, I'm going to put the sauce on it. I'm going to stir it with the spatula. When I'm finished with the spatula, we're going to use the spatula. We're going to put it back into the bowl that I dumped the gnocchi out of, and then it's going to come right over here to the counter, and it's going to be done. Okay. Daisy is asking to go out now. Calvin, are you able to let Daisy out? Sure, he says. Sure is a no, but okay, thank you. Okay, are you ready? We're gonna do it. What I do to sit down with Phyllis is to have with a cold one. I mean, there's a lot of experience and stories there, and certainly, I would imagine there's things that he doesn't want to talk about. Mix. There might be some things that your granddad doesn't want to talk about either. Oh man, that's incredible. That is incredible. Do you all have like recordings or like tapes of your parents doing any of this, talking about any of this stuff? It'd be wild to have. Truly. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? Also, I'm going to turn this pan on my finishing pan over here. Okay, we're going to dump this gnocchi. Here we are. Oh, it says in high school my parents were actually older than most people's grandparents. I bet that was an interesting time. I feel like my parents were exactly the age. They're like 30. Okay, we have a 2-minute. I have a 2-minute timer going on here. We're waiting. We're waiting. Mix, that's amazing. Yeah, that's like what I'm talking about. Being in that like getting that information out and recorded somewhere, I think has amazing, would be amazing to have. Carl, you were born when your dad was 40. Speaking as someone who is 41 and has other friends who are having kids at this age, I feel like they're certainly capable of being good parents. They're capable of being good parents. I know that's for sure. All right, we have 1 minute on the clock. But I'm imagining the timing of that when he's just like, "Yep, all right, work is over in multiple ways." I hope that he had a good attitude about it. $49 and $39. Yeah, it is interesting. I think my dad was 33. My mom was 30. I think that is the spread for me. I'm oh, 2 minutes is up. Okay, some of these are starting to go, some of these are starting to float. So we're gonna some of these are starting to float. That was 2 minutes. I'm waiting for another moment or two. The smallest age gap marriage in my whole family. You know what's wild? That is kind of wild, honestly. I think I might be able to say the same for Gwen and I, but I don't know if yeah. Gwen and I are pretty close in age. We're 5 months apart. Wow, Mix, you guys are within it. You're within a year? That is I feel like that's kind of rare. Lollipops, welcome in. Hello. All right, I'm gonna take these and put them in the saucepan now. So we're gonna move our camera over to our pan, which has sauce in it, aka the saucepan. I'm just gonna start dropping these gnocchi in here. So I put about like a spoonful or so of this Bolognese in here, and let me see. Is that all the gnocchi from the pot? I think it is. That is it. That is it for those gnocchi. All right. We're going to do this. And I'm going to get this sauce worked in. I'm going to grab a little cup. Grab a cup measure here. I'm going to take some of this water from the pasta pot and put that in there. I'm going to turn this saucepan up too. So we're at a 5 out of 7. And I'm just saucing this now. So I'm cooking it with the pasta and the sauce, getting a little bit of the sauce kind of all over. "11 days less than a year." Yeah, Gwen and I are we were in the same grade in school. So that's how close. That's where we met. That's where we met. We met in college, in university. All right. Yeah, this part is why I wanted to put on an apron. Because just letting this cook down. Now this way, if I just do this like an individual serving, I won't waste any of the gnocchi. Because I don't want to cook this gnocchi. There's not going to be like leftover gnocchi. All right, this is looking so good. 18-year age gap. As you get older, it doesn't matter. Like, it also doesn't matter as much. Yeah, nibbling. See, the thing is that I know this about myself, so I'm also like, okay, we are gonna put an apron on because that's like how it needs to work. She's of legal age. Well, I would imagine as much, fellas. I did not have any question about that. And also like I wouldn't joke about that. Like I wouldn't ask and I wouldn't joke. Okay. This is just too much gnocchi to put in the pan. So we're going to put in. So we're going to leave that one. I'm going to leave that one for the next round. I'm going to take my pasta water. I'm going to put a lid on that pot because I don't want it to boil. a ton. I just want it to like stay warm or stay. I want it to stay right on the edge of boiling. That's really what I'm asking of it. Where is the lid? Oh, it's this one. Funny. This pot is the what's the word? Cheaper pot, and it is the lid is less. It's like notably lighter or notably less robust than the other ones. Here you go. All right, I'm gonna make that look a little nicer than it did. I'm gonna wipe the bowl off. Some people don't know how old I really am. I have an idea of your age, fellas. I know we've discussed this before. I don't think I could pin it directly, but I know I'm also not gonna like make an attempt at guessing. I don't think that's where we're at in this moment. Gotcha. It's 54. As I get closer to that age, I appreciate that age a little more. About half a year younger, Carl. That's pretty. It's pretty solid. 7-year age gap between me and my partner. Me being older. Yeah, I don't. There's age gap is a weird thing. I think some people. I don't want to say read too much into it, but I do feel like there's also a level of like, how do you show up for each other? What's the like maturity level of y'all? Let's see. I'm just taking a couple photos of this. Sorry, we gotta do the whole like take a nice looking picture. Because that is, because that's part of it. I wanna take a little photo for the folks that I got the book from and be like, hey, look, I made something from the book that you sold me. Which I think is a nice thing. Also, wipe your camera lens before you take a photo. Getting older is not for the faint of heart. Hell no, it's not. There's something weird about the conversations that happen after a certain age where I was talking to someone about this recently, about how folks, there's such a stigma sometimes, or there's such a stigma with some people, but like specifically for the US, our culture sort of stigmatizes talking about health and salary and emotions. And generally speaking, it's like sometimes it can feel weird to talk about health with your friends, but it is important sometimes. Talking about going to the cardiologist recently with a friend, and he's like, oh yeah, I've been before too. And I was like, cool, now we know, now we can talk about it. Luke, thank you. I appreciate it. The older you get, the gap means less. Ain't that the truth, Carl Dalt? Ain't that the truth? I was reading a book called Boy Mom recently, and they were talking about how there's a philosophy of like having young men start school a year later because their brains just literally aren't developed as much as their female counterparts, which I think is fascinating, probably true. Be preserved for posterity. Right, fellas, exactly. No, I'm with you. As long as there's no like significant, there's always the significant power imbalance, right? If like one person is in a significant position of power and is older, and the other one is subordinate in some way or completely dependent on in some way, then it's like a little bit, then there's an imbalance. But if there's no imbalance in terms of like finances or power, then there's not. Then you do you, right? Billy Fluff says, I'm flying to go see my partner 2 provinces away tomorrow, and I'm terrified. He always comes here because I'm terrified of planes. Too claustrophobic. I get that. Though, man, flying is a big, scary thing to do. How are you talking to yourself about it? How do you talk to yourself about it? Do you try to like self-soothe in that way? Are you just like a gritted teeth and gritted and bear it? Have you shared your concern? I'm imagining that you've shared your concerns with them, and hopefully they accommodate your concerns and relief upon getting there. I hope that for you. I also hope you have a really good trip. And then it's a really good time. Because it sounds like it could be fun. Here's what we made. Here's what we made for dinner tonight. Let me give you a little look. Let me give you a little look at this. Cyborg, thank you for your resub. I appreciate you. That is lovely. Thank you. We have a bolognese tonight. This pasta bolognese comes from the Joy of Cooking cookbook. It is a ragu bolognese. It has hold on, let's get that centered on screen. It has bacon, it has carrots, celery, onions, beef, vegetable stock, dry white wine, tomato paste, gochujang, and whole milk. The gnocchi has potato, flour, salt, and nutmeg in it. It is topped with Parmesan cheese and a small sprinkling of parsley. And I hope that it tastes as good as it looks, because it looks quite lovely. So, this was a meal redeem for Joe Adultman, who gifted some subs over September, who we very much appreciate. And there is really something about like homemade everything that makes a dish taste better.
Oh, thank you. This is beyond anything I've ever dreamed of.
Yeah, thank you for the subs. I appreciate you. That is very generous of you, and I do appreciate it. I also, thank you for suggesting gnocchi, because I haven't made it in a while. It's fun to make once you get past the crisis of not having a potato ricer to use. But we managed. I don't know if I shared this at the very beginning of stream, but the book that I'm using, the recipe that I'm using, both recipes today came from this cookbook. This was a cookbook that I've been waiting to acquire, that I haven't gotten a chance to acquire because I've been waiting to get it from somewhere meaningful, i.e. not Amazon, like not a brand new copy that I'm just buying for myself. I have some friends who have this book.
Thank you. This is beyond anything I've ever dreamed of.
Look, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I really do. I appreciate the gifted subs, y'all. I thank you. Treasure train. What is a treasure train? A treasure train? That sounds cool. What word was I going to say? I was going to say that sounds hot, but that doesn't really work.
That's hot.
I guess it does. Thanks, Paris. May this subs be with you, and may the odds be in your favor. I was gonna say, and also with you, but that's very Catholic coded of me. Well, this book I found on the trip that I was on with my friends at a shop in the Catskills in Phoenicia, New York. We were I was just browsing around. It was on the shelf. I talked to the owner, and she was like, "That was my cookbook. It was a gift from my. It was a gift from my mom." No,
Sorry. Daddy. Sorry.
y'all, I appreciate
Daddy, sorry.
that fucking sound.
Daddy, bye.
You're almost ready.
Dinner is ready. I'm finishing up here.
Popular. You're gonna be popular.
I got this book. It was meaningful to them. She said that the only recipe that she enjoyed making out of it was the Bolognese. That's why we made the Bolognese today. We also used the gnocchi recipe from here.
Oh, thank you. This is
I'm
beyond
looking
anything
forward
I've ever dreamed
to.
of.
Luke, thank you. Oh my god. Y'all. You're all being very kind. You're being very kind. And the folks that are getting gift subs on these are folks whose names are familiar, which is always really nice. I always love when a gifted sub goes to someone who I've like seen in chat, especially someone who's been in chat like that day, which is kind of cool. Very supportive. And you got some lorazepam from the doctor. Perfect. Perfect. I hope it's not too overwhelming. I feel you. Flying can be difficult. Luke, thank you for the subs. Troy, thank you for the bits. I hope you've had a good rest of your afternoon. We're excuse me. I'm chewing. There's just sounds of chewing. This is an ASMR stream now. My bad. My bad. Took a quick nap. Sounds great. I love a quick nap. I love a quick nap. I wanted a quick nap today. Yeah, a power nap. I thought about taking a nap today. I really did. I didn't. But I thought about it. I could have. But then I wouldn't have been 15 minutes late to stream. I would have been an hour late to stream. As it stands, I was only 15 minutes behind when I thought I was going to go live today. It's pretty good for me. Y'all, thank you for the golden train? No. What was it called? I'm unfamiliar. The treasure train. Thank you for the treasure train. I appreciate y'all. I really do. This was a fun one to make. It was only slightly more challenging than I was expecting it to be because I was expecting to have a potato ricer, and through my own damn fault, I didn't. So that's, that's how it goes. But oh my god. Don't listen to me. We're chewing. Okay. This is good. I need to make a bowl for Calvin. He's I need to make a bowl for Calvin. It's very much his it's very much his bedtime, his dinner time.
Dinner time. Yeah.
It's dinner time. It's dinner time.
That is
We are going to be live again. When are we going to be live again? We'll be live again sometime soon. When is the next planned stream? It might be excuse me, it might be next Tuesday. It might be next Tuesday. It might be an IRL on Sunday. Maybe. Most likely, we'll be streaming again on Tuesday. Next week is American Thanksgiving. Spaceballs, thank you. I appreciate you. Welcome. Today I learned Troy's name is not Troy Takes Potatoes. Troy Takes Potatoes would actually be a pretty solid name as well. Not gonna lie. But no, Troy is a photographer of things. You'll be surprised to learn that is in fact what he does. We have American Thanksgiving next week. So it's going to be a weird one because we have some travel. We have some, excuse me, travel. I'm not going to be doing any sort of like big prep or any like Thanksgiving stuff. I might at some point do that, but I don't know. I don't have any like specific plan for it. But I do think we'll be live on Tuesday. It's not on the calendar because I wasn't sure of exactly what the schedule would be. So there are a few people doing food streams right now. So we're gonna find somewhere to raid that is food related. I'm pretty sure. Y'all, thank you for the hype train. I really do appreciate you. The gifted subs mean a lot. I am the subs and bits and all of that helps support like me as a human who is doing Twitch and recipe development and like, you know, I'm trying to do like some freelance stuff for work as opposed to a like full-time 9-to-5. So that is all of it is extremely helpful. So I do appreciate it. It does help keep the stream moving and keep the stream going. Mostly, you know, most of that just literally goes back into stream. So so that we can continue.
6667.
Don't you 6-7 me, child.
That's what it sounded like.
Let me give you the squinty eyes. Yeah. Yeah. I don't do that. We don't do this 6-7 thing around here. I don't. Okay. Let's raid someone we haven't actually raided in a while. Let's see. Who's live that we haven't raided in a while? Be kindly welcome. You want to see what we made? This is what we made. How did it turn out? It turned out great. We'll restyle the dish just a little bit. There you go. That should be a relatively good approximation. Let's see. Oh, TC is live. We like TC. Where is he? Let's find him. I'm gonna find him. He's in here somewhere. What is TC doing? We're gonna raid Titanium Chef if he's still live and appears to be staying live for like another minute or two. Oh yeah, he's been at it for 2 hours. So I generally, when I look at a food and drink streamer and I see that they've only been live for 2 hours, I'm always like, all right, they got a little bit more time left in them. Okay, so while there is no confirmed, while there is no confirmed next stream on the calendar, the next stream functionally is probably going to be Tuesday, usual schedule. I may be a few minutes late to that because of the it's a school half day, so we may need to get, I may need to get Calvin settled or started on something or whatever, or I may not. Anyway, I'm going to post all of that in Discord. If you are familiar with Discord.
Bye.
Oh, shit, I just posted them again. Sorry, double raid messages posted, my bad. Here's a couple places to go find me on the rest of the places on the internet. I'm glad you stopped by today. I'm glad you came through. I appreciate you. Friends, if you're not following currently and you're lurking, now's the time. Now is the time to hit the follow button. Follows, again, are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. I won't say hi to you, but you will remember to come back. So that's always lovely. I hope you all have a good rest of your week. I know tomorrow's Friday, so enjoy that if that's relevant to you. And if it's not, I hope you have a good tomorrow, no matter what. Again, we'll be back probably on Tuesday. In the interim, please go subscribe on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat right now. And I'll catch you at the next one. Joe, thank you for the gnocchi suggestion. I appreciate you. All right, we'll catch y'all the next time. Enjoy. Bye.